Good morning and welcome to a beautiful Sunday here at Cockburn Sound. We are set for day 2 of the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Cockburn International Raceway. My name's Chris Mitchell, back on the mic for your Sunday program after a massive day yesterday, and of course we are here in Cockburn. It's a beautiful day. We're set for the last 18 races of the weekend to crown some champions of the City of Perth and take away some brand new racing suits and some prize money to boot as well. It was a big day yesterday, qualifying in the heat races in this order. We ran all the way through into the middle of Heat 3. We are currently buried into Cadet 12 in Heat 3. Please do forgive me, the race order has been jumbled around, unfortunately, and is coming out incorrectly for our morning program. But we are into Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport for Heat 3. To start off their Sunday program. And it looks like it is Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb starting on the front row together. With a win apiece yesterday, Chase has the points lead with a 1 and a 2 in heats 1 and 2 yesterday. Campbell with a 3rd and a 1st will start second on the grid. Benjamin Hall and Diaco Stewart will start on the second row of the grid, from Julian Barbas and Graham Bernardi on the 3rd row. Riley Curry and Orlando Ricciardello will start from row 4, with Michael White and Zach Casagrande rounding out your 5th row of the grid. William Kelsick-Chen and Xander Edgington will start on row 6, from Jordan Klee and Lucas Kelsick-Chen on row 7. Ryder McKay on the 15th spot, with Xavier Politano rounding out your 16 starters. We are lining them up onto the main straightaway, watching for those lights to go out and send us racing. And it looks like we are away. No, there's hands up, and we are not going racing just yet. So Chase Webb rocking the blue plates for the West Coast Civil and Flat-Out Karts number 3 machine after picking up the West Australian title a few weeks ago at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Is primed and ready to pounce on his opportunity for a Heat 3 this morning. Do remember, though, that this is a dead man final event. So the heat races, merely a formality to set the grid heading into the final. This race is 10 laps for all of your categories except for KZ2 before they head into their 15-lap final. Almost double the race distance they were completing in the first 2 heats of the weekend yesterday, as there were 8-lap endeavours. Look at this field bunched up. Cadet 12 is a great category to get into and racing, and with the help of Jake Claridge Motorsport, you can find those extra tenths of a second that you are looking for to pick up the pace and take the fight to the front here, helping with driver development and kart preparation and everything in between. Jake Claridge, a star contender in West Australian karting, and has been a star of the West Australian KZ series over the last few seasons. And it's good to see him in the hunt this weekend, coming into the final round of the season, running second on points behind your championship leader Sam Dicker, and just clear of Nick Middick, 3rd in the championship, as we kicked off the final round yesterday morning for the West Australian KZ series. So the field is bunched up and ready to rock and roll here. Chase Webb will lead them onto the back straight to watch for those lights to go out and send us racing down the line, and Webb will have the inside line on Thompson. Hall wants to get up the inside as Webb is out wide. Benjamin Hall to the inside will grab the lead. Webby to second now. Looks like there's a couple of go-karts caught up further back in the field. And it's going to be young Campbell Thompson into that 3rd spot. Diaco Stewart has a little peek up the inside of the right-hander. Can't find his way alongside. So it's going to be Benjamin Hall leading the way on this opening lap here of Cadet 12. Chase Webb into that 2 spot from Thompson, then Diaco Stewart. Then it looks like Julian Barbas back there in the 5 spot here as they come down towards the Ingrid hairpin for the first time on lap 1 of 10 here of Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. As they wrap around those final couple of corners and onto the main straightaway. Hall dragging Webb with him. They've already opened up a gap over Thompson in 3rd, and now Webb looks to the inside. He's got the motor down the main straight and grabs the race lead again, taking advantage of the slipstream here and the ever aerodynamic bodywork on these karts. And Chase grabs the lead now. See if he can build himself a gap over Hall as they bring it into the right-hander. And down through the out-grid sweeper through the midfield, and it looks like Chase may have taken about a half a lap to come up to speed, but he has got the number 3 machine tuned in and running like a rocket ship on your Sunday morning. He's opened up a 3-kart length lead over Benjamin Hall on this lap alone after claiming the race lead into turn 1 a moment ago, and is leaving Hall to drop back towards Campbell Thompson in 3rd. Diago Stewart 4th. Julian Barbas in P5 from Graham Bernardi in 6th. Riley Curry, William Cusick-Chen, Zach Casagrande and Orlando Ricciardello. Rounding out your top 10 here from Ryder McKay. Xavier Politano from 16th on the grid up to P12 over Xander Edgington. Now up to the 11th spot over Lucas Cusick-Chen in 12. Politano 13 from Jordan Clee and Zach Casagrande 14 and 15. And Michael White not showing up any laps this morning here. So as they come through the middle sweeper, Webb trying to build himself a buffer. It looks like he set a hot lap of the race last time across. It's a 57.124 for Chase. The Benjamin Hall may have dropped back for a moment. Now he's lighting the track on fire. We'll see what the lap times are when they cross over the line. But Hall buying his way back onto the rear bumper of the number 3 West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts entry of Chase Webb. The Hall family proudly getting behind young Benjamin as he goes from strength to strength here in West Australian karting. He's within a kart length down the main straightaway on Webby now. And this time by Hall sets a hot lap, 57.109. Looking for a way around. We'll see if he looks to the inside here, and he does. Up the inside past the canteen. Grabs the race lead again. He taps the helmet. Sign language to Chase Webb. Saying, let's use our brain, because Campbell Thompson is right there with him. And Campbell, coming off of a win yesterday afternoon, is hungry for another one to start off his Sunday in fine form. See which of these kids ate their Wheat Bix to start off their morning. 3 of them all bumper to bumper, with Diago Stewart just a couple of kart lengths further behind as they head out of the Ingrid hairpin. Now it looks like Diago buying his way into this fight. You could almost throw a blanket over the top 4 right now. Stewart just dropping off a little bit down the straight. Got a rough run getting onto the straight and trying to spool up these Vortex Mini Rock engines. But it's Hall leading the way past the canteen here from Webb, Thompson and Stewart now. 2 Flat Out Karts entry from 2 KF kart machines. The 2 different camps in West Australian karting proving strong for the young cadets here. Of course, not the only 2 options out there, with a great number of teams stepping up in West Australian karting and bringing ever professional service to the karting fraternity here and helping these youngsters go faster and develop their driving as they blossom into fully fledged and very quick adults, or even into their early teens. This is where it all starts here for some of the biggest names in Australian and international motorsport. They all go racing in the cadet ranks in their early years as Webb peeks over his shoulder on Thompson, who's giving him a hurry up down the main straight. Benjamin Hall leading things out, Chase Webb behind. There's a bit of a battle further back here. We're going to check in on this one past the canteen. We'll catch up. This is the 46 of Graham Bernardi on the 38 of Julian Barbas fighting it out. And they are fighting it out for 5th and 6th on the road. They're a fair way off the battle for the front. As we hit the halfway point a moment ago, it was 5 down and 5 to go. But young Barbas trying to hang on to that 5 spot here with Bernardi right behind him in P6. He's still looking over the shoulder, and Graham's trying to find a way around. They've got a big old gap back to Riley Curry, who's sitting back there in the 7th spot from William Cusick-Chen, Ryder McKay, Orlando Ricciardello rounding out your top 10 as they hit the main straightaway. It's 4 laps to go this time by Benjamin Hall, setting a personal best lap of the race of 56.8 last time across. The hot lap of the race is a 56.7 by Campbell Thompson. As Thompson trying to put the move up onto Benjamin Hall. It looks like he's dispatched of Chase Webb here. We missed that on the live stream. But Webb back to 3rd now, after claiming a 1st and a 2nd in the first 2 heats of the weekend. Wants to round it out with a tidy 3rd, but Diago Stewart has something to say about that behind them. As your leaders go through, Hall and Thompson. Diago Stewart up the inside of Chase Webb, trying to challenge him for 30. Gets the job done now. Thompson up the inside of Hall. Hall counters back and tries to reclaim it. This is going to slow them both down. They're going to drag each other onto the main straightaway, side by side, with 3 to go here in Cadet 12, Heat 3. At Cockburn International Raceway. Hall feeding a little bit of bumper work to Campbell. Under brakes into turn 1, but Campbell Thompson hangs on in the 51 KF kart. He's got a solid long run set up here as Hall with a big send up the inside. Last of the late breakers grabs the lead again. They touched a little at the apex there, and this slows them both down. Diego Stewart is rubbing his hands together. He needs to get involved in this fight, and he could pickpocket these guys for the win. We've seen it happen before as they bring it down towards the in-grid. And into the back half of the lap, Benjamin Hall just taking a moment to catch a breath and see if he can hang on to this one. Campbell Thompson sitting back and reevaluating his choices as they hit the main straightaway. It's 2 laps to go here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Down the line and into turn 1. Hard on the brakes here in these Cadet 12 karts in the downhill braking zone into 1. Thompson has a better run coming through the canteen corner. He's closing, but I don't think he's anywhere near close enough to get up the inside at the left-hander. Just needs to arrive with some closing speed here. He can't drive up onto the rear bumper and then sit there. It's not going to help. You need to arrive with some closing speed in these Cadet karts because it's really hard to spool them up and make a move happen if you're right up buried under the rear bumper of the kart in front of you. Down the hill from the middle sweeper. Hall leads from Thompson second. A gap back to Stewart. Right there in third. Last time across the line, he was 0.7 of a second adrift of the back of Campbell Thompson in second. But Stewart putting down his personal best lap of the race, a 56.895 last time across the line. Young Diego in the KF kart machine coming to the fray as we go 1 to run here in Cadet 12. Brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Through turn 1 for the final time. Campbell Thompson trying to size up a move here on Hall. But it looks like young Benjamin has a better run out of the canteen corners and will open up about a kart length advantage here. Thompson needs something special on this final lap. There's really only 1 or 2 opportunities left to pass here at Cockburn International Kartway. The undulating hairpins of the comb-shaped circuit proving difficult as Thompson is up on the curbing trying to get it done here. They're going to be side by side down the hill. Thompson's on the outside though. He has to try the over and under, but it's too much of a wrap on the corner to get it done. Now Hall is going to cover off the inside line. Thompson taking the traditional entry into the right-hander. Diego Stewart getting right involved in this fight as well. He's right onto the back of Thompson, but it's not enough. They're going to bring it around on the straightaway. Maybe it is enough. It's a drag race to the line. They're jumping in their seats. Benjamin Hall by 8 thousandths gets a win at the line. 0.008 of a second. Benjamin Hall is your Heat 3 winner here in Cadet 12 over Campbell Thompson in second. Diego Stewart in the third spot. Chase Webb in P4 and Graham Bernardi rounding out your top 5. What a thriller of a race for Heat 3 here of Cadet 12. Give him a round of applause, folks. That was excellent racing here. Diego Stewart wanted to get involved in that fight as well and arrived on the scene right in those dying moments. A great race here. Chase Webb there in the 4th spot from Graham Bernardi rounding out your top 5 over Julian Barbas in 6, Riley Curry in 7, Orlando Ricciardello rounding out the 8 from William Cusick-Chen, and Ryder McKay rounding out your top 10 here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. A little look over the shoulder there for Maguire, checking on Healy behind him. But Hugh has a wicked gap over the rest of the field, even in these early laps here. From Healy, then Fraser, to Morrissey, then it's Gwilliam. All stealthy in the black machine behind him. Gwilliam, I think, took the hot lap in Heat 2 yesterday and snatched $50 from the hands of Hugh Maguire, who won the race. But we're back for Heat 3. Great battle going on for the minor placings here. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on screen right now here. Thank you for your patience if you're watching the live stream on 4-Star Media. We're back bringing you the action. I'm keeping a close eye on this KF kart machine of Simon Gwilliam here, running the Birrell. I think it's the S12 range of chassis under the KF kart name. He's always one to watch in this class. Picked up the win at the King of the Hill in Tag 125 Heavy a couple of months ago here. And was the outgoing champ in the 125 Heavy ranks as he drags the number 2 Redline Oils KF kart machine behind Ash Morrissey down the main straightaway. They're closing up to the back of Josh Healy now for second. So it's Healy in 2, from Fraser 3, then Morrissey 4, and Simon Gwilliam rounding out your top 5 as they come past the canteen once again. Meanwhile, Hugh Maguire, G-O-R-N, gone from this field. 1.37 seconds out front with a 48.9 hot lap for Mr. Maguire. Stretching this one out as they head through the midfield. Healy's just still having about a kart length of a gap back to Fraser at the moment, but they are coming for him, with Morrissey and Gwilliam all stacking up there, waiting in the wings and seeing if they can close up that gap and put on a fight for the top 3. Only winners of heat races will claim prize money, though, at $100 for the win in heats 1, 2, and 3. $50 for the hot lap in heats 1, 2, and 3 as well. And then prize money for the overall placing. $600 for the win, $300 for second, and $150 for third. Killer, $1,050 in prize money alone up for grabs in the final race of the weekend to decide who's going to be your City of Perth champion here in X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Karts. And you can see the gaps opening up now. They're evenly spaced as they head up towards the middle sweeper. Healy, Fraser, Morrissey, Gwilliam. Then behind, it's Jesse Elliott and Will Power Kart from McPherson. And then Belanca with a minor gap back to Liam Kane. And then a bit of a bigger gap back to Flynn Thompson to round out your top 10 from Kayulo, Deckers, McLean, Clifton and Mason Fraser rounding out your 15 karts on track here for X30 Light. With 4 laps to go now, Maguire still out front. Hot lap of the race of 48.9. Last time across, he was on a 49.0. Everyone else dropping off into the 49.2s and 49.3s. Maguire still putting some distance between himself and Healy in second, who's doing a tidy job to maintain position into the 2 spot right now. As you can see them working their way from left to right to maximize the entry into these hairpin corners and heading into the back end of the lap. Out of the in-grid hairpin corner, Healy looks over his shoulder. The number 23 KF kart machine just checking on the progress. Here goes Morrissey up the inside of Fraser. Gets the job done for third. He's been setting up that move for the last few laps here. Fraser has a frantic look over the shoulder just to make sure he's not going to get railroaded by the field behind him. But he's lucky to have a gap over the karts behind, and now he can try and set sights on the back of Morrissey and see if he can counter that move. Much later under brakes into the left-hander there, but he compromises the exit and gives away the time again here. Now Gwilliam is hot on his heels. And Jesse Elliott not too far away either as they come out of the front sweeper and climb the hill. And the camera just doesn't do it justice for how much undulation there is here at Cockburn International Raceway. As we pick up the field coming out of the canteen corner. Still watching this fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Morrissey, Fraser and Gwilliam. Behind them, Elliott, McPherson, Belanca and Kane. With a big gap back to now Deckers, it looks like. Rounding out your top 10. As we're running down those laps, it was 2 laps to go last time across the line. Hugh Maguire still out front as they bring it out into the top end of the circuit again, the northern end of Cockburn International Raceway, the 1,070 metres of undulating curves here in Cockburn. 1 to run for Hugh Maguire out front from Healy in second. Now Ash Morrissey setting a personal best lap of the race, a 49.089. Fraser doing the same for himself, a 49.124 for Fraser. Trying to chase him down. As they bring it around the front sweep, but on this final lap, nobody is going to touch Hugh Maguire here as he's on his way to becoming another $100, if not $150 richer for his efforts here in X30 Light. This will go a ways towards paying the racing costs as he drags it out of the final turns. Hugh Maguire brings it down to the line. 3 from 3 for the digital quarter Tony Kart. Maguire claims the win here in Heat 3 and another $100 to his name and the hot lap of the race as well. That will be another $50 to his name. And Hugh Maguire's tally goes to 500 heading into the feature race. Taking the win here in Heat 3 over Joshua Healy in second, Ashley Morrissey in third from Hayden Fraser in P4 and Simon Gwilliam rounding out your top 5. Jesse Elliott in P6 with Shane McPherson in the 7. Liam Kane in 8 from Aiden Deckers in 9 and Jack Cayulo rounding out your top 10 here in X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant and Mega Fast Karts here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. We are back on track with Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. This BRM deal continues to expand and grow here in WA karting, and it's great to see an Orange Army showing up to the track on a regular basis with a good atmosphere and good help and good assistance with some great people. That's BRM Kart Australia, and a cool-looking go. Okay. Here, Connor Mayer getting away from the field. Chase Saxfield into that 2 spot. There's Bo Casagrande into that 3rd. Jake Stecki in P4 from Annika Hurd in the 5 as they come down past the canteen into the front sweeper. This is the youngest category of WA karting. You can get involved in WA karting at the ripe old age of 6 with a practice license. Get out there and have some fun and get to grips with how to handle a go-kart. And then once you hit the age of 7, you can get racing into the Cadet 9s bracket with this Vortex Mini Rock engine. There also is the 4-stroke Sprint Cadet class available at Club Day events. But in premium racing at open events, we rock around with these Vortex Mini Rocks. And they're great to see. And it's a good combination. It's an easy engine combo that you can then take the restrictor out and go racing into the Cadet 12s category as the young kids get older. And then when you step up into juniors, of course, it is a bigger go-kart. You start hitting your straps, and they start to get bigger and taller. So bigger go-karts, bigger tyres, bigger motors, but at least the engines, once you hit juniors as well, are very usable. The IAME KA100 engines, usable in KA4 and KA3 classes, and you can carry that same engine combination on into seniors. Might not be able to carry the same kart into seniors over the years, but it's a great way of progressive, affordable grassroots motorsport and a great way to kick off enthusiastic careers or a great passion for motorsports for these youngsters here in Cadet 9s, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. As we follow this battle at the moment, Annika Hurd and Valentino Giorgella fighting it out here. As they hit the main straightaway, it's going to be two laps down and 8 to go here as Chase Saxfield sets a hot lap of the race, a 57.65. Trying to chase down Connor Mayer as your race leader here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. So following along at the moment, this is Casagrande v. Kostecki. In the fight for third here, Kostecki dives to the inside. At the last hairpin, Casagrande tries the over and under, but can't get the drive off the hairpin. And will settle back into P4 here. Jay Kostecki claiming third here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. The gap in front, 6 seconds to your race leaders, Connor Mayer and Chase Saxfield. As we find your leaders, you can see them just on the right-hand side of the screen. Here we go. It's Connor Mayer and Chase Saxfield out front. It's a flat-out karts machine of Mayer here in the Arrow X5 chassis, leading out from the KF-branded Ricardo kart. Still really a KF kart when you think about it. It's still a Birrell-manufactured chassis in cadet form for Chase, as he tries to hang on to the back of Connor Mayer. Young Chase set himself a hot lap of the race last time across, a personal best at least, a 57.4 for Chase Saxfield. Hanging on to that 2 spot as they bring it around down the main straight to click off another one. Last time by, Mayer opening up the gap by about a 0.5 of a second and making it 4 laps to go here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. Big shout out to the Mishko for Food team. Hopefully, if you are feeling rather hungry this morning, head on over to the canteen, grab yourselves a fill up on some of their fantastic food and drinks. I do believe they're going to have the pop-up going just at Megafast Karts adjacent to the outgrid here. And a big shout out as well to the Coffee Lady just next to Megafast Karts if you need yourself a bit of caffeination for your Sunday morning. I'm certain I'm going to need some. I'm going to pop over there in a few moments, grab myself a coffee after about 5 hours sleep on an 18-hour day yesterday. Going to need some coffee to keep this going and keep up the levels here on the Sunday program for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. Running down those final few laps here in Cadet 9 Heat 3, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. Connor Mayer in the flat-out karts machine, your West Australian state champion for 2021. Brings it onto the main straightaway, and it's 1 to run here in Cadet 9s for Mayer over Saxfield. Last time across, Saxfield was marginally quicker, and as you're going sliding through turn 1, trying to keep up the corner speed and close the gap to the back of the 43. Connor leaning forward in the seat, trying to keep the weight over the front tyres and generate some steering, but Saxfield is right on his bumper. We could see a pickpocket here on this final lap. Got to thank J-Mac for that one. The pickpocket win. I think I've used it about 20 times since the King of the Hill. Through the midfield sweeper, and it looks like Mayer has opened up about a kart length, but Saxfield can be very late on the brakes if he wants to be. As they head through the in-grid hairpin, sliding across the racetrack again. And he pulls to the right-hand side, but nowhere near enough. And Mayer is going to hang on to this one through those final couple of corners. Young Chase had a look here and there, but wasn't enough to drive up alongside. And Connor still bouncing in the seat to drive it off the hairpin, but it will be Mayer, 3 from 3 in the heat races so far this weekend to take the win here in Cadet 9's Heat 3. Chase Saxfield, a solid run again, right with Connor all the way to the end to come home in second. Bo Casagrande behind will pick up his first podium result of the weekend, going home P3 with Jake Kostecki in the 4th spot. And Valentino making his first top 5 of the weekend to park it in P5 here in Heat 3 over Annika Hurd in P6 and Taj McDonald in P7. That is Cadet 9s, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia here in Heat 3 and Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. KA4 Junior, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. Rolling out onto the racetrack and getting ready for their 3rd heat of the weekend. This is their first of today's program. 10 laps on the board for the KA4 Juniors. This is the first step out of Cadet 12s for the likes, especially of young Connor Radford right now. Of course, didn't get to go racing with his mates in Cadet 12 at the West Australian Championship after a leg injury. Put him on the sidelines for a little while. He's been mended and cleared to race and finding himself bolting on a bit of horsepower and some bigger tyres to go racing here in KA4. As we pick him up, yesterday's race program went all the way of Connor Payne though. Fastest qualifier in the morning session and a pair of heat wins to wrap up a perfect score on the Saturday program. He will start on the pole spot alongside Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau on P2. Jackson with a pair of seconds against his name to be second highest point scorer so far. The incumbent driver of Connor Radford will go third on the grid here on points so far, alongside Lachlan Clee on the second row of the grid from Jackson Curtis and Jet McDonald on the third row. Then Mason Walksack and Noah Byrne on row 4. Nate Somerville and Aiden Tempany on row 5 from Jet James and Toddy Vince on row 6. Christian Pulitano and Chloe Summers on row 7 here, as we set a tidy-sized field of KA4 Junior at championship weight. No lights or heavies, just one field here as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. And watch those lights to go out and send us racing as we're underway. Connor Payne leading the field through turn 1. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau slotting into second. Radford third. Jackson's already tapping on the helmet. The sign language in full force on the opening lap of the race here. Looks like Clee is dropping back a little bit. They've let through one of these arrow machines through to the 4th spot. But it's Payne leading the way here from young Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau. Connor Radford in the 3rd. Through the middle sweeper they come. I think this will be Jackson Curtis in the 4th spot. I'll pick him up. Can't see on my screen at the moment the numbers. We'll pick him up and be certain in just a moment at the end of lap 1 of 10. Here in KA4 Junior. Heat 3 brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. Down the line, it is Connor Payne opening up the gap already to young Jackson in second. Connor Radford third. Then it is Jackson Curtis in the 4th spot and Lachlan Clee rounding out your top 5. From Byrne, Walksack, McDonald, Tempany, James, then Vince, Pulitano, Summers and Somerville. Your 14 on track. We're watching this battle at the moment as McDonald up the inside on Walksack, and he's trying to drag with him. The next card back here, I believe that's Jet James in the 77, because Aiden Tempany. No, I lost it. Not sure who it was. No, it was actually McDonald up the inside of Noah Byrne. I stand corrected. Losing ground. He's lost another spot here to the 94 machine of Mason Walksack, who's on the defensive. Aiden Tempany wants to get in there as well. And the 77 of Jet James. That's 3 wide up the hill. And they settle back in. Tempany will go to the inside and claim the spot. And Noah Byrne is going to be a big loser out of this one. He was up ahead of young McDonald before this exchange on that lap and has dropped 4 spots as a result. Byrne all the way down to P9 after a couple of laps of racing. It's 2 down and 8 to go for Connor Payne out front. Stretching that gap out, it's out to 0.5 of a second. And Payne to a 55.5. Fastest lap of the race so far. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau to a 55.607. Connor Radford to a 55.9. The rest of the field back in the 56s and 57s throughout the field as Connor Payne drags it out of the in-grid hairpin. Up the hill once again here with a little over 7 laps to go here in KA4 Junior Heat 3, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. Running down into the back half of the race here for KA3 Junior. Heat 3 brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. Just dying off the jacking of that inside rear tyre on Jackson Mitchell Rosenau's number 88 KF kart machine as he threw it into that left-hander. Such an aggressive turn-in on the kart that it just about throws the kart almost up onto two wheels on the way into the hairpin. But at the moment, still Connor Payne out front. Jackson Mitchell Rosenau second. Connor Radford sitting back there in the third spot, finding a bit of pace in the closing stages of the race. Lachlan Clee running at 4 from Jackson Curtis in the 5 as Connor Payne runs it down the main straight. A new hot lap of the race this time by 54.751 for Connor Payne. On a mission to try and smash this one out and go 3 from 3 heading into the final here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles for 2021 at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. We follow along at the moment this battle between the 94 of Mason Walsack and the 13 of Aidan Tempany as they run it down into the front sweeper. In front of our camera position here, just ahead of them is the 83 Swiss Hutless machine of Jet McDonnell. Young driver splitting his duties between bitumen and dirt karting here in Western Australia. Jet's a demon on the dirt and loves it when it rains. So he's always doing a rain dance out in the pits, and he's not getting his way this weekend because it is fine weather. Sunshine and lollipops out here at Cockburn International Raceway. Watching young Jackson still hanging on to this second spot at the moment. Got a solid go-kart underneath him here. A solid program for young Jackson as he made a step into the KA2 ranks earlier in the year at the special event here at Cockburn International Raceway a while back in August. But finding a home in this KA4 ranks at the moment. There'll be more to come from this youngster as he wheels his way through these final couple of corners. Connor Radford is impressive right now, though. On debut at open events into the junior ranks, running third so far as the last lap begins. And Connor Payne is on a mission. He's already made his way past the canteen in the number 22 CMM entry. And Payne on his way to going 3 from 3 here in Cockburn. As he brings it around those final couple of corners. Connor Payne and the number 22 machine on a mission here on a Sunday morning to pick up where he left off yesterday. Payne runs it down the line and will take the win. It was a bit of a late flag, though. Jackson Mitchell Rosenau second from Connor Radford in the third spot. Lachlan Clee running at P4, and Jackson Curtis will bring it down the line to wrap up P5 here in KA4 Junior. As Payne wraps up 3 out of 3 so far this weekend here in Cockburn. That is a wrap for KA4 Junior. Heat 3 brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance here at Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. rolling around in formation and getting ready to go racing here in Heat 3 of their weekend. Tag 125 Masters on track right now, ready for their 10-lap endeavour. This is the open tag category for the Masters, which would usually go racing in 125 restricted Masters. This weekend they throw on a stickier tyre and go racing with more horsepower to punch them around this racetrack here. And it's been Nathan Terrell so far who's going to lead this set one out in Heat 3. He was dominant in the heat races yesterday. Fastest qualifier in the morning session and a pair of wins in Heats 1 and 2. Shane McPherson going through for second now. Kip Foster in third and Adam Gandossi, it looks like, in the 4 as they come out of the middle sweeper. Behind them, a bit of a gap back to Graham Westling in P5. 10 laps on the board here for the 125 Masters. Brought to you by Floraplant. Floraplant, a family-owned and operated wholesale nursery down in Oakford, right here in WA, specialising in growing the highest quality indoor and patio ornamental plants. That's Floraplant, proudly bringing you the 125 Masters this weekend here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors bringing us the action and helping to put on this weekend's event. And a massive thank you to all of the volunteers and officials who've given up their spare time, their weekend, and some of their sanity to make sure this weekend happens. From everyone who puts in work behind the scenes at the go-kart track that we don't see even on a race weekend to make sure the venue is prepared, the pits are drawn out, the people behind the scenes making sure pit bay allocations are done, mowing the lawn even, an effort is well and truly worthy of consideration, and congratulations and thanks for all of our volunteers and officials, and then into everyone who's working to make sure the event runs smoothly, from timing to the Karting Australia officials, and even big thank you to Mishko for food, helping keeping us fed and watered all weekend in the canteen so we can have a killer weekend here at Cockburn International Raceway. Without any of those people and without any of these sponsors, we don't get to go racing. So please make sure you thank the officials this weekend. For anyone who's getting up on the podium, put out a big call out and a thank you to the officials for their efforts to make sure this weekend runs smoothly. And if you get the opportunity on passing by any of the Karting Australia officials, make sure you thank them too, because they put in a lot of work and a lot of effort to make sure these races run smoothly. And although sometimes they may not seem like they're on your side if they come towards you with a penalty notice or an infringement, they're all here to make sure that we run these races to the rules and that everything is conducted in a fair and safe manner under the Karting Australia guidelines and rules set for us to go go-kart racing here in Western Australia. As we follow along at the moment, the 12 of Benjamin Bonden trying to put some pressure onto the back of Lloyd Nicholson, the 29 machine. Lloyd getting the job done on Benjamin moments ago. And that will elevate Lloyd into the 7th spot next time he clicks over the line here. With 4 laps down and 6 to go across the stripe. Just ahead of Nicholson now is Anthony Higgs in the number 7 KF kart machine. With Westy up the road in P5. But look at the gap that Nathan Terrell has in hand. Terrell putting on a dominant display this weekend, leading out from McPherson in that 2 spot. Now Foster back to 3rd from Gandossi in P4. Gandossi, the newly crowned 125 Restricted Masters West Australian State Champion, brings the blue plate to party in an X30 Masters category this weekend here at Cockburn. With Terrell leading the way, a new hot lap of the race for Nathan, a 49.478 for Nathan Terrell. Stretching this one out as we work in towards the back end of Heat 3. And the finals coming up very soon here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles for 2021 at Tiger Car Club's Cockburn International Raceway. It's Lloyd Nicholson now moving aside Anthony Higgs and stepping up into the 6th spot. He's got a little bit of a gap to make up to close up onto the back of Graham Westling and put on a fight there. Trying to close up that margin and see if Lloyd can buy his way into the top 5. As we follow this here, looks like Nicholson continuing to close the gap to the back of Westy. Last time across, he was 3/10 quicker. So another lap in hand, and he'll be within striking distance of about 2/10 of a second onto the back of Graham Westling to get this done here and put on the fight for P5 here in Heat 3. Running down the line, it's 3 laps to go. Last time by, and it looks like Nicholson has given up a bit of the margin that he had, trying to close up that gap to Westling, the margin on lap speed that is. He only pulled in 1/10 of a second last time across the stripe, but still closing up this fight to go to P5. Meanwhile, Nathan Terrell, 3.5 seconds out front. Last time across the line, Terrell was 0.8 of a second faster than Shane McPherson in second. That is unbelievably quick. From McPherson in second, Foster in third, Gandossi in the 4th spot. And now Graham Westling in P5 coming under fire from Lloyd Nicholson. Putting the pressure on him as they make their way onto the straightaway again. And it's 2 laps to go, this time by for 125 Masters, brought to you by Flora Plant. On their final lap now, we pick up the field, and it's Nathan Terrell making his way around and onto the front sweeper. Out front and dominating the field. Terrell is just on another planet right now. This flat-out karts presented Paralyn kart. Terrell in charge as he brings it down towards the Ingrid hairpin for the final time here, the 79 machine. After being the fastest qualifier yesterday morning. A pair of heat wins throughout yesterday in the Saturday program here at the City of Perth Titles. He caps it off with a 3rd heat win in 125 Masters. Terrell takes the win here. Shane McPherson in second. Kip Foster in third over Adam Gandossi in P4 and Graham Westling rounding out your top 5. Lloyd Nicholson hanging on for P6 there from Anthony Higgs in 7. Benjamin Bondon in the 8th spot. John Harvey in P9 over John Hill in 10. Paul Bataille in the 11. And Richard Deckers rounding out your 12 kart field here in Tag 125 Masters Heat 3. Brought to you by Flora Plant. Getting ready to go racing here in KA2, brought to you by All Good Racing Carts and Parts. As they rocket down the line, lights out and underway. It's Guesty out front. Hey, there's a Tony Kart off into the dirt at turn 1. That's Webster. Off the road on the opening lap of racing here in Heat 3 of KA2. Stefanovic getting caught up on Zane Rhodes further back and dropping back to the back of the pack here. But it's the Guesty boys out front. The 45 of Sebastian leads out Dylan in the 50. Nicholas Starney, the pocket rocket, into P3 here in James McCucci-Allen, the 41 BRM kart. Into 4 as he comes down the hill and he looks to the inside of the Ingrid hairpin. An aggressive and late move under brakes there from McCucci-Allen. That's how you pull off a passing manoeuvre from 3 kart lengths back. As Tyson Sadler learned yesterday, can't make that happen when you're that far behind. But it's Sebastian Guest leading the way on the opening lap of racing here in KA2. Brought to you by All Good Racing Carts and Parts. Looks like they've got both the Guesty boys' karts tuned up to perfection to kick off their Sunday program here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Kartway. And a gap back to McCucci-Allen now. He's got some work to do if he wants to close up this gap. McCucci-Allen coming into this final round of the KA2 series as the championship leader. As we kicked off the weekend, McCucci-Allen led by 9 points over Noah Lyle, who isn't here to contend the race this weekend and will not pick up any additional championship points. Stefanovic, the next kart back on 23 points the deficit. But at the moment with McCucci-Allen taking a first and a second in yesterday's heat races after Sebastian Guest, fastest qualifier, second in race 1 and a win in the 2. Young James is on a mission to wrap up this KA2 championship, running in conjunction with the West Australian KZ series, even if he can stick it out in third in these heat races here. But meanwhile, Sebastian Guest out front, 50.3 hot lap last time across the stripe. His brother Dylan to a 50.4 last time across the line. McCucci-Allen a 50.5. Nick Stardy to a 50.4, starting to come to life here with Zane Rhodes on a 50.5, Parham on a 50.5, and Alex Stefanovic at the back of this pack having a struggling run in this morning's session here. Stefa on the struggle bus with a 51.4 last time across the stripe. This is KA2 Heat 3, brought to you by All Good Racing Carts and Parts. Running down these final few laps here in KA2, brought to you by All Good Racing, Carts and Parts. We're following along this simmering little battle here between Zane Rhodes and Jack Parham. This is 5th and 6th on the road. Ahead of them is Nick Stardy holding on to P4. Meanwhile, the Guesty boys out front, still setting purple laps and taking them off each other. Sebastian to a 49.295 last time across the line. Dylan Guest into that 2 spot. James McCooch-Allen in P3. But still Parham putting the pressure onto the back of Zane Rhodes here. These young kids still learning and coming to grips with the extra horsepower available to them in these KA2 karts. These Vortex Rock DVS engines. Proving very powerful and fun to go racing within these karts. As Sebastian Guest brings it around and onto the main straightaway. He will hit the line and it will be 1 lap to go here for Guesty. Down the line from his brother Dylan. Last time by Sebastian pulling out 2.5 tenths of a second over Dylan on that previous lap. And Sebastian on his way with a 1.7 second advantage over Dylan. 1st and 2nd on the road from James McCooch-Allen in P3. Nick Stardy and Zane Rhodes here on screen right now. Leading out from Jack Parham in the 6th spot. Behind them, Alex Stefanovic in P7. And Jack Webster, unfortunately, a DNF. He has to cop that one on the chin after going straight off the road on the opening lap. But it's the 45 machine. Sebastian Guest leading the way here. Wrapping around those final couple of corners. Seb in the Ricardo kart runs it to the line, and it will be another win for Sebastian. That's 2 wins in a second to his name so far this weekend here over Dylan Guest in 2nd place. James McCooch-Allen in 3rd. Nick Stardy in P4 and Zane Rhodes rounding out your top 5 from Parham and Stefanovic here in KA2. Brought to you by All Good Racing, Carts and Parts here at Cockburn International Raceway. KZ2, brought to you by Super Cool Air Conditioning. Rolling out on track here for Heat 3 of their weekend. Heat 3 of KZ2 is a longer duration. I believe it is 15 laps for Heat 3 here for the KZ2. And a big thank you to Super Cool Air Conditioning for bringing us the class this weekend. In the final round of the West Australian KZ Series, Super Cool Air Conditioning operating all over the Perth metro area out of their showroom based in Bibra Lake. For over 20 years, Super Cool has built their excellent reputation amongst the Perth public based on the high quality of their products and their exceptional service. Super Cool understands that quality is of the utmost importance when it comes to your home. So give them a call. Super Cool Air Conditioning, you can find them online as well. And they're proud supporters of West Australian karting and big supporters of the KZ2s here. As they get lined up on the front straight, it's going to be Jaden Pearce and Simon Gwilliam on the front row of the grid here, from Sam Dicker and Nick Middick on row 2. Jake Claret in the 5 spot. So we have all 3 of your title contenders in the top 5 now, with Lucanici on 6 and Sumich on 7. From Sparks, Curry and Mickley, your 10 as the lights go out and send us racing. Somebody got absolutely swallowed up there, and it's Jaden Pearce going to get the jump over Gumby for the pole spot and lead things out. Dicker muscling his way through, and he's under pressure. He checks up, gets fed a bumper by Middick, who gets fed a bumper by Claridge. Sparksy was in there in the mix as well. He's right behind Claridge. They're all checking up at the right-handers. The Seagulls don't know which way to go at the moment. They're getting out of there as pandemonium explodes around Cockburn International Raceway. Middick is looking like he's struggling, and Claridge is right on his rear bumper as Damon Papa Sergio fighting to the inside, trying to get one done on Caleb Sumich. Can't get it done as Sparksy up the inside of Lucanici on that offensive. They're all feeding each other bumpers at the moment and jostling for track position, but it's Jaden Pearce leading the way on this opening lap here of KZ2 Heat 3. Simon Gwillan back there to second, and it's Sam Dicker and Nick Middick and Jake Claridge. So almost how they sit in the championship coming into this round. With the reversal of Middick and Claridge, that would be their championship order. Jaden Pearce, 4th in the championship coming into the weekend, leads the way here in Heat 3. He's in fine form this weekend. Yesterday in the opening heat of the weekend, Damon Papa Sergio, after being fastest in qualifying, bent a shifter linkage, I understand. Sam Dicker had to make another one up for him to get him out there for Heat 2. And Damo went on to win Heat 2 yesterday afternoon. Meanwhile, Jaden Pearce won the opening heat of the weekend and was second in Heat 2, put himself in prime position for Heat 3 this morning, and he's going to capitalise on that, trying to get away from the field. He has to be careful not to burn up too much of the tyre. A 15-lapper here gets right in to a very long heat cycle on these MG yellow tyres, and will start to really struggle if he takes too much life out of the tyre here, with Simon Gwillan back there in second. Gwillan, a relatively quiet affair yesterday. Second in Heat 1, was happy to pick that one up, and 4th in Heat 2. As Sam Dicker, your championship leader, managing only a 3rd yesterday. Not such a notable result in Heat 2, I believe. But started still inside the top 5, and a solid result for Sam, as he's just playing that mindful game about the championship. As long as he stays in front of his contenders, he'll be picking up more points and inching ever closer to sealing the deal here for the 2021 West Australian KZ Series. Of course, the outgoing KZ Series champion, Blake Mills, not competing in this one this year. Dicker has been in fine form throughout the year since we started way back in the early months of 2021. It's Jaden Pearce leading the way. Look at the gap he has over Simon Gwillam in second, then Dicker 3rd, Middick 4, Jake Claridge and Pete 5. From Sparks, Papa Sergio, Nietzsche, Sumich and Mikla rounding out your 10. Pretty even Stevens at the moment. This is the top flight karting category here in West Australian racing. KZ2, 125 cc, 6-speed gearbox, water-cooled engines, making in excess of 35 horsepower, I'd say, running through these 6-speed trans. with some differences you can have in these engine combinations. There is a couple of differences, different manufacturers and makes of the engines, and it comes down to the engine builders as well. And following practice on Friday, there'll be many of piston changes going on overnight before they came out racing for the Saturday program. To keep these KZs running at the top of their game, you've got to swap out the piston between a practice day and a race day. It's phenomenal to see them doing that in the pits between or during these race events to turn around these KZ engines and get them running in top condition for a race weekend. As we've clicked off the first 5 laps of the race, it'll be 9 to go next time across for Jaden Pearce. A 47.828 for Pearce as he hit the line. Picking him off down the line. There's a couple of carts going side by side there. Nick Minnick up to the 3rd spot now. He was given a hurry up to Dicker, and that slowed Dicker up now. He's into the clutches of Claridge. And it looks like the battle ahead is coming to them, and they're all checked up. Simon Gwillim has found himself in some trouble. He was second and struggling in that Redline Oils machine. So something going wrong here for Gumby, and now he's going to find himself... Sparksy goes for the send and could not make that one stick to save his life. Drove it off the side of the racetrack. But Gumby is definitely struggling. Something going wrong here for the number 12 KF kart machine. Now Damon Papa Sergio bought his way into that fight. He finds himself giving the hurry up to Jake Claridge. Now Claridge knows Papa's is not a championship contender and would be happy to let him go at this stage, but will be giving up the points. Just doesn't want to get involved in somebody else's race and end up with a DNF and give away some points to Nick Middick, who's further up the road, and he's going to take a few points off him here if he's not careful. Every heat race counts towards the West Australian KZ Series, and this is those defining moments where if you find yourself under pressure from someone who is not really racing with you for the championship, make the choice to let them go and just give up those couple of points rather than giving up all the points if you find yourself in a DNF, if it's evident that they want it more than you do. And that puts Damon Papa Sergio into the 3 spot now. So Nick Middick, 3rd in the championship coming into this round, is the first of the championship contenders on the road here, with the exception of Jaden Pearce, who is 4th in the championship coming into this round. He was mathematically a chance at the start of the weekend, but it was an extraordinary set of conditions required for Pearce to have a chance at this championship. And I think by this point of the weekend, he would be out of contention for the series, but looking solid with kart speed if he can hang on to this into the final. A 20-lap feature race to wrap up their weekend here for the West Australian KZ Series. Pearce in fine form here at Cockburn International Raceway. He leads the way here in Supercool Air Conditioning KZ2 Heat 3 for the weekend as Claridge monstering around the back end of Damon Papa Sergio. Loses a whole bunch of ground as they hit the straightaway, though. The 95 Tony Kart machine in P4 from Dicker, your championship leader behind in P5. Then Grillim 6, Nietzsche 7, Mackay in 8, Josh Merritt in the 9, Mason Harvey in P10. As we run down these laps, it was 6 laps to go last time across the stripe here in Supercool Air Conditioning. KZ2 for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Cockburn. And Claridge, that's a risky move. Having a look up the inside on Papa Sergio, and that checked them both up. Behind him sits Dicker, who would want him to get a hurry up at the moment, because if he gets balked up, he's going to end up into the clutches of Gwilliam and Nietzsche. He doesn't want to be fighting with them while constantly thinking about the championship game, as we've got a kart stricken and off the road on the exit of the in-grid hairpin. Championship contenders fighting it out, but all the while in the back of their mind thinking about the series and the points they can accumulate in these heat races. As now it looks like Luca Nietzsche is dispatched of Simon Gwilliam back there for the 6th spot behind Dicker on screen right now, putting the pressure on Claridge. Well, he was at least. 4 kart lengths the gap this time around. Now we go check out that battle between Nietzsche and Gwilym. Young Luca stepping into the senior ranks in recent years, bypassing the traditional rites of passage through the KA3 and tag categories, straight to KZ2. And rocking around with a pretty fast package for young Luca. He'll continue to get quicker as he gets older. He's not even 16 yet. And racing in the top category of WA karting here in the West Australian KZ Series. As we follow here, Damon Papa Sergio hanging on to third. A great recovery from Damon after that DNF in Heat 1. Put him deep in the field for this morning's Heat 3. He was lucky that the pole spot from qualifying gave him the number 1 starting position in the first 2 heats of the weekend. And he was able to capitalise that with a win in Heat 2 yesterday. That helped out his cause after that shifter linkage failure yesterday morning in Heat 1. As we go down the line, it's 3 laps to go this time across. And if we can get Papa Sergio with Pierce at the pointy end of the field, we could see some pretty exciting racing come our 20-lap feature race to wrap up the weekend. As it looks like Sam Dicker is starting to fall off the pace and drop back into the clutches of Luke and Nietzsche. So Dicker starting to think about tyre longevity here. Just buttoning off the pace and conserving those MG FZ yellow prime tyres to try and make sure he's got something to be consistent and fast come this 20-lap feature race to wrap up the weekend and wrap up the series as Dicker tries to take out the overall championship for the West Australian KZ Series. In its final round this weekend here for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. Jaden Pierce just dispatching of lap traffic of, I think that's Jess Howe in the Swiss Hutless machine there. Pierce continuing his way around the circuit through the front sweeper with a lap and a half to go here. The next card back on the road, Nick Middick having a decent result this morning. Middick in the BRM cart had a hub failure yesterday. I think it was in qualifying. Sheared out the wheel studs straight out of the hub and failed to put himself in prime position. And it really just starts off there, and it can only really get worse because you're back in the field and hurting as we begin our final lap of the circuit here. Just briefly following the number 19 of Jess Howe making her way around the track. We'll pick up on your race leaders as they come around. Jaden Pierce leading his way around the circuit in the 18 Praga kart. As Jaden Pierce in the 18 machine leads things out. He took a heat win in the first heat of the weekend yesterday morning. A second place result in Heat 2. And now he storms his way around after 15 laps to be the Heat 3 winner this weekend. Over Nicola Middick in second, Damon Papa Sergio in third, Jake Clarich in fourth, Sam Dicker in P5 from Nietzsche, Gwilym, Mackay and Harvey. Joshua Merritt rounding out your top 10. Over Curry, Sparks, Oriema, Nathan Jack. Daniel Sugar rounding out your 15 from Potter. Jessica and Richard Howe rounding out your 18 finishing drivers. There was a lot missing from that heat there, with a whole bunch of DNFs for Paul Pedrotti, Ryan Bender, Melinda Sully, Riley Traeger, Caleb Sumich, and Courtney Goff all missing out on finishing off Heat 3 here in KZ2. Brought to you by Supercool Air Conditioning. But another win in the heat races for Jaden Pierce, putting himself in prime position, heading into that 20-lap feature race to wrap up the weekend as he comes on down to the in-grid and straight over the weighbridge to check the weight of the cart post-race. We're going to take a very short moment. We're going to turn things around. We're going to be back for the finals in just a couple of moments here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Tiger Car Club's Cockburn International Raceway. Don't go anywhere if you're watching the live stream brought to you by 4starmedia.com. We'll be on in just a few moments for the finals here at Cockburn International Raceway. And we are back into it. It is finals time here at Cockburn International Raceway for the Discovery Park's City of Perth Titles. If there's one race that you need to win this weekend, it's going to be the final. We are running on a dead man final format. 15 laps for all classes except KZ2 this weekend. The winner on the final is the winner overall. And we'll take away a brand new Exude racing suit, custom made, as the winning prize for the City of Perth Titles. And a big thank you to TNN Sheet Metal, bringing us KA3 Senior out on track and in their formation laps at the moment. Kevin Norman and Joshua Byrne lining up on the front row of the grid here from Michael Jones and Bree Rhodes. On row 2 from Mason Fraser and Aiden Deckers and Julio Salvador and Zach Needham. Over Robert West and Joel Wheeler rounding out your top 10 here. As it looks like Norman getting a break from the field at the start here. Jonesy going to slot in behind him for second. Byrne will drop to third. Fraser in the 4th spot. And Deckers rounding out your top 5. Salvador to P6 here. Oh, Bree Rhodes hard on the brakes and up the rear end and up the inside of Salvador. Wheeler sneaking through there. So did Trent Mann. Now Zach Needham finding his way through. Salvador dropping back through that field as he struggles to regain composure and pick up the speed again. But it's Kevin Norman, who's been dominant all weekend so far. Fastest qualifier yesterday morning for $100, making himself $100 richer for being the top qualifier. And then a trio of heat wins throughout the 3 heat races yesterday. They only get 1 race today here for the KA3 Senior ranks, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. But it's the money race. This is the race that pays, as Norman leads the way. This battle between Fraser and Rhodes starting to get pretty red hot here. They're fighting it out for 5th and 6th on the road. Breezer up the inside and has a much easier time of it that time around compared to the previous laps there with Julio Salvador. And Julio going back through the order into P10 after being inside the top 5. On the starting grid now, Robert West looking up the inside of Fraser and the number 9 KF Kart, trying to put a move on young Mason. Couldn't quite get it done there, and they'll slot back into where they were. Trent Mann sitting back there in the 27. Comp Kart machine with Zach Needham. Needham must have had issues yesterday. A pair of 4th place results showing on my list, but starting deep in the order and way down here. He's down in 9th at the moment. May have found himself falling to some post-race issues here. Needham trying to find his way through the field, but he's going to be no chance of catching these guys. Norman, Jones and Byrne out front at the moment. Michael Jonesy Jones, nice and quick in the KA3 ranks, holding off the young charger of Joshua Byrne at the moment. Meanwhile, Kevin Norman maintaining the status quo of what's been the story of the weekend so far. Kevin Norman leads races and wins heat races. A 51.956 for Kevin. Hot lap of the race so far. The times will continue to fall here as we are just a few laps in. This time across, it'll be 3 laps down and 12 to go for Kevin Norman. Resetting the hot lap again, but gets denied by Bree Rhodes, who was the fastest on track that time by. A 51.6 here for Bree. She puts the pressure on the back of Aiden Deckers on screen right now. This is Deckers and Rhodes fighting it out. And Bree is on a mission to drive herself up into the top 4. And based on her current pace, it would take about 10 laps, but she might have enough pace in hand to catch the top 3. So Bree's on a mission at the moment. We'll see if this can pan out. It's still very early days to make calls like that, though. Meanwhile, Aiden Deckers in the 33 KF Kart, hanging on to that 4th spot. He looked over his shoulder coming out of that Ingrid hairpin and started to panic a little bit because Bree Rhodes is breathing down his neck as they make their way onto the main straightaway. Norman, another hot lap. And once again, denied by Bree as she fires up the inside of Deckers for the 4th spot. Bree Rhodes into P4 now. We'll see if she really has pace. She taps the helmet. I love this sign language. Sign language we can understand in motorsport. Tap the helmet. Just use your brain. Basically, in other words, don't pass me again. Don't be an idiot. Let's catch these guys in front. We'll see if Bree has what it takes to close the gap to the back of Josh Byrne, currently holding down the 3rd spot. Last time across, she's the fastest of anyone on track by some margin. A 51.3, new hot lap of the race for Bree. Norman out front at 51.5. Jones at 51.6. Byrne 51.6. Deckers, who now Rhodes has dispatched off at 51.5. Rhodes is on a mission here. The number 20 Cosmic Cart moving up into the 4th spot. And she clicked off a 51.4 that time by. She was 3/10 quicker than Jones and Byrne. So these two on screen are in a bit of trouble here if Breezer can close the gap. Michael Jones and Josh Byrne, 2nd and 3rd on the road. Last time across the line, the gap back to Bree Rhodes was 0.7 of a second. And if Bree keeps up this pace, she's going to be arriving on the scene in a couple of short laps here at Cockburn International Raceway. Jonesy and Josh Byrne, they're not fighting and slowing each other down. They just need to get a move on at this rate. While Kev Norman, a 51.555 last time across the line, maintaining that 8.5 of a second advantage over Jonesy in 2nd. It's cool, calm and collected out front here as we are 9 laps to go. This time across the line. We'll keep an eye on this gap back to Rhodes back there in P4. Another hot lap from Bree Rhodes, 51.370. She pulled in 1/10 of a second on Byrne, and it's down to 5.7 of a second. So Byrne is starting to go quicker. 51.5 there for Josh, a personal best lap. In fact, personal best all round as everyone started to pick up the pace. Jonesy is the slowest in the top 5 right now. 51.6 that time by was Jonesy's personal best of the race. Holding down 2nd, he's coming under pressure from Byrne in 3rd. And meanwhile, Bree Rhodes is just closing this gap. Little by little, bit by bit, the number 20 Cosmic Cart. And she's dragging Aiden Deckers with her. Deckers to a 51.4 that time by. He was matching pace with Kevin Norman out front. So young Aiden isn't out of contention in this one either. But it looks like the gap is too big for anyone to challenge Norman in this stage of the race here with 8 to go this time across the line. Approaching the halfway point here in KA3 Senior. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. They can see Bree is closing the gap. As they go around the corners, they'll see her in the peripheral vision. Moving closer and closer to the blind spot behind them. And she is right onto the back of Joshua Byrne now. Last time across the line, 51.5 for Byrne. Bree still on the 51.3s. And Deckers putting down a personal best again in the 51.4s. While Kevin Norman throws down a 51.395, a personal best for himself leading this race. Breezer right onto the back of Josh Byrne now. Putting on the pressure as they hit the line. It will be 7 to go. Across the halfway point, Bree Rhodes looks to the inside. She's going to drag it all the way up the inside and on the brakes into turn 1. Rhodes into the 3 spot now. She looks over the shoulder to check on Byrne, make sure he's not setting up a counter maneuver. And she can now set her sights on driving forward onto the back of Michael Jonesy Jones as they come through the front sweeper. See if Rhodes has what it takes to close this gap and get on the podium here as Deckers fires one up the inside of Josh Byrne, capitalising on his balked momentum of the cart. And now Byrne dropping back into the 5 spot as a result. So Deckers wants to see if he can get on the podium here this afternoon. Although we're racing in the morning, by the time they get on the podium, it will be the afternoon here at Cockburn International Raceway. In the opening final race of the weekend, this is the first feature race for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Cockburn International Raceway. And here is Bree Rhodes putting the pressure on Michael Jones for 2nd. Kevin Norman is Gorn gone out front. 1.4 seconds the gap from Norman back to Jones here in 2nd. But it's all about Bree at the moment. Continuing to close up this gap. She's gone from strength to strength after winning on debut in seniors at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club King of the Hill event back in August. And since then, in the wet, she was strong at the WA title. She's proving strong this weekend, putting the pressure on Jonesy here. Just has to be careful not to creep up onto his rear bumper and lose her closing speed and miss out on having a run at Jonesy. And it looks like Jones has a good cart down the straight, so she's going to be hurting to try and make something happen on the main straight here. Last time by, 5 laps to go for KA3 Senior, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. 3 laps to go here in KA3 Senior, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. And it looks like the run of Bree Rhodes has been somewhat arrested here in the final. And she's actually starting to come under a bit of increasing pressure from Aiden Deckers behind. These 2 graduates from the junior programs into the senior ranks in recent months here in Western Australian karting, proving their worth in the yellow plate classes and putting the pressure on the elder statesman of the field here in the form of Michael Jones. One day he's going to snap and come and belt me one for calling him old all the time. But as Jonesy holds down second, Kevin Norman out front and in control of this race. Bree and Deckers starting to get into a bit of a discussion about who wants to be third today in the closing stages of the final. 2 laps to go last time across the line. Deckers right on Rhodes' bumper. And Deckers is shaping up to make a move. He looks to the inside and he peeks up there. Bree was late on the entry to the corner and missed the apex by some margin. And she's gotten lucky here because Deckers has dropped off after that. He got checked up and lost some momentum from the 33 kart. And that could have been a lucky moment there for Bree that she needs to stay on the podium here at Cockburn International Raceway. Time will tell as Kevin Norman makes his way onto the main straightaway with 1 to run here in KA3 Senior, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Jones in second, Rhodes in third, trying to put the pressure on at the canteen. They've dispatched of Deckers back there to the 4th spot. He's not going to have a chance at these 2 in this final lap unless they come together, knock on wood for them. But this man, Kevin Norman, in control of the race. We're just trying to keep the battle for second and third in frame behind because they are still fighting it out and deciding who's it going to be here. But Kevin Norman, a dominant display of performance all weekend long, cruising his way around the circuit on the final lap. As you can see, just a flash of Jonesy hanging on to second and defending the inside line. But it looks like Rhodes has him as they run to the line. The checkered flag is out and waving. Kevin Norman takes a win here in KA3 Senior. And a last lap ditch. Bree Rhodes gets to second over Michael Jones on the podium in third here. But how about this man, Kevin Norman, your outright winner and dominating the weekend. A completely clean score of points. And capping it off with a win in the final here for Kevin Norman, the 73 flat-out karts and JTB machine. Over Bree Rhodes in second and Michael Jones rounding out your podium in third here for TNN Sheet Metal's KA3 Senior at championship weight for the Discovery Park's City of Perth Titles. Down here with Kevin Norman, your KA3 Senior Championship winner. A dominant performance this weekend, mate. You've got to be stoked with that.
Yeah, I'm super happy. The car's been just mint all weekend. Haven't changed a thing. Yeah, credit to Flat Out for making it just what it is and the brilliant engine package to go with it.
A solid combination. Did you ever look back at any point during the weekend and watch some of the racing happening behind you? Because you were gone all weekend. Every heat race, fast slapping the field and just dominating by several seconds at the line every time out this weekend.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I got a little bit worried in Heat 3 when it got past me, but I knew I had pace to get back through and worked out well. So, no, it was all good.
Solid stuff. Congratulations, Kevin Norman.
Your winner here in KA3 Senior Championship as we're straight back into it. It's Tag 125 Restricted Combined here at Cockburn International Raceway.
One, two, five, Restricted Combined getting underway here, brought to you by Lighting International. As I make the quick run from the in-grid to catch this race. Thomas Boucher leading from the pole spot from Cooper Cutt, started alongside him on the front row over Daniel McMahon in third. Aaron Premius in the fourth spot. Looks like that is where they have stayed in this opening exchange in the opening few corners here. Boucher, another dominant driver so far. Fastest qualifier yesterday morning to pick himself up $100. A trio of heat wins heading in through the heat races over the course of the weekend, and he leads away in this opening lap of the feature race, brought to you by Lighting International for your 125 Restricted Combined field. He leads over Cooper Cutts in second, Daniel McMahon in third, Aaron Premius looking like P4 from Peter Ten Brooker in P5 as they hit the line. Lap one completed. 14 to go here in your Tag 125 Restricted Combined final. We're going to bring you post-race interviews on the in-grid from each of the winning classes this weekend over the course of the finals. And I'm going to put another big thank you out to Brian Lecoq. Jumped onto the mic for the afternoon session yesterday while I went off and split my duties to go play at Perth Motorplex for Shannon's Power Palooza last night, just to wrap up a solid 18-hour day of commentary. No worries. Filling it this morning, though. Need some caffeine. As Boucher leads away, Cuts in second, McMahon third. They are glued together at the moment and broken away a gap back to Peter Ten Brooker. Oh, sorry, no, Aaron Premius in third. Actually, there is an issue here. I just stand corrected. There is an issue here. Cooper Cutts is not recording on time. So Cooper Cutts is second on the road, but his transponder isn't even circulating on track. So this could be a heartbreaking moment for Cooper. In the number 16 BRM kart, he is not showing up on timing. Daniel McMahon is actually showing up in second, and Aaron Premius showing up in third. So that's a heartbreaker there for Cooper. I'm not entirely sure the nomenclature and the wording surrounding the rules on this one, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear cut. If you don't have your transponder on, you don't get counted. As Boucher leads, no such issue for him. A 52.347 for Thomas Boucher out front. And he has Cooper Cutts behind him on the road, but timing shows Daniel McMahon in the number 2 machine sitting in second. We go back to this battle here. It's Peter Ten Brooker and the 99 of Brock Dirt, and they're fighting it out for 5th and 6th or 4th and 5th, depending on how you want to look at it. And Peter, one of the very few lone Rotaxes in the field. But take a look through, actually, there is only a grand total, I think, of 2 Rotaxes in the field belonging to Peter Ten Brooker and to the 69 of Reese Austin. So the X30 power plant, the engine of choice here for the Tag 125 restricted field. As we follow this battle, Dirt, and trying to put the pressure onto PTB at the moment, who seems to be holding down P4. Based on your timing, of course, we have live timing available on the MyLap Speed Hive service. You can access that via your browser and your computers, or if you've got a smart TV, I'm sure you can get to it as well. Or if you do have your mobile device, you can cast it, and you can access the live timing via the MyLap Speed Hive app to get all the live timing. Please do note that results shown on MyLap Speed Hive are provisional and may be subject to change post-race. Simply put, results are not official. And neither is my commentary. As Thomas Boucher leads away from Daniel McMahon in second. Aaron Premius in that third spot from Peter Ten Brooker and Brock Durden here in Tag 125 Restricted Combined. Brought to you by Lighting International here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Cockburn International Raceway. Eight laps to go. Last time across the line here. The Tag 125 Restricted Combined. Thomas Bauscher out front once again, continuing his dominant performance in this class and maintaining his stronghold on this field. Wherever he goes, you see Tom Bauscher pull into the pits at an event with Tag 125 Restricted. You know he's going to be a hot contender and a very likely winner in this field at the moment, such has been the last few years for Thomas in these fields. As they come through the front sweeper here, Bauscher from Cuts behind him. But the hot take from this one is Cuts doesn't have a transponder that's working on the go-kart and not recording any laps. As far as I can see, Daniel McMahon back there showing second on the road. Aaron Premius in third, Peter Ten Brooker P4, Brock Durden P5. Big shout out if you're watching on the live stream. Brought to you by 4 Star Media on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. There is a solid amount of people watching at the moment. I think I saw 72 of you watching live right now, so thanks for joining us. Drop us a comment or a shout out in the chat box if you want to say g'day. We had a pretty active old chat box yesterday during the live stream on YouTube. Thanks to 4 Star Media. Say hello, shout out where you're watching from and who you're cheering for, and enjoying some of the coverage that we're able to bring you. Big thanks to all of the broadcasting partners and sponsors of this weekend of racing here at Cockburn International Raceway. And a big thank you as well to our two-man crew here from 4 Star Media. Kelvin and Zhao making it happen this weekend from 4 Star, while Colin's off playing with quad bikes in the desert at the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. We thought he had his priorities right, but then he surprised us with that one. As we watch this battle, Peter Ten Brooker and Brock Durden still duking it out on track. This is the fight at the moment for 4th and 5th on the road as Tom Bauscher resets a hot lap again, a 51.755. Bauscher clearing out. He's 3/10 clear over the rest of the field per lap. Incredible pace from Bauscher at the moment. as he continues to romp his way around the circuit. With 4.5 laps left to go, your full running order. Thomas Boucher leads by 2.4 seconds. Over Daniel McMahon in second, Aaron Premius in third. Peter Ten Brooker P4 from Brock Durden in P5. Then it's Richard Reynolds and Brad Van Rompuy. Copping a shout out here from Brandon Rempel from Vancouver in Canada. Good on to Brad for running P7 at the moment. He's beating Dad. That's the important one. If anything, in any form of motorsport, you have to be beating your teammate. And he currently has the measure over Greg by about, just a casual 2.1 seconds. Jamie Taylor back there in P9 over Brandon Sekiras in P10. Adam Owens in P11 from Cosimo Vozza in the 12. Julian Roosevelt in the 13 from Chantel Hall and Jacob Politano from Mark Hearn, Nathan Lee, Reese Austin and Shane Devane. Rounding out your running order here, of course, Cooper Cutts is second on track, but we are pretty sure he doesn't have a functioning transponder on the kart, and therefore will not record a result in a heartbreaking race for Cooper because he's been so solid all weekend long. Corey Hayes with the shout out to Daryl, the Welsh workhorse Henderson. Daryl Hendo putting in work this weekend here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles with the Eurotech team. I think I spotted him for a whole of 30 seconds yesterday in the travels around the pits. He is here. And the team working at capacity with the Tony Kart chassis this weekend. 3 laps to go. Last time by for Tom Boucher as he makes his way through the middle sweepers. And a shout out to Aaron McGregor watching from work out in the Goldfields. Aaron, a long-time racer out in the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Serving my junior years racing with Aaron in the likes of Junior National and Junior Clubman. The good old days. It'd be good to see Aaron back in a kart and back with us sometime soon. He had a run with us at the West Australian Kart Championship at Hurricane Go-Kart Club a little while ago. As we follow Thomas Boucher making his way around his final few laps of the circuit here in Tag 125 Restricted. Brought to you by Lighting International. And he's 3 seconds clear over Daniel McMahon back there in second. Premius in the third spot. Peter Ten Brooker and Brock Durden rounding out the 5 on the timing tower. With the exception of Cooper Cutts in that 16 BRM kart. Staying close and in touch with Tom Boucher. He's been the only one to stay near him all weekend long through the heat races as Boucher starts 1 to go. Thomas on his final lap here in the number 18 Flat Out Karts machine. Looking to cap off a dominant weekend of racing for the Discovery Park's City of Perth Titles. And would be the second racer in a row to wrap up a clean sweep of the weekend, taking out the fastest qualifier prize money. And yesterday morning's session, stomping his way through the heats and taking the win in the final to pick up a brand new custom-made Exude racing suit for his troubles. I'm pretty sure Tom's won one of these before and ended up giving it to a young driver in the WA karting contingent. I could be wrong. I'm actually always very wrong. As Tom Boucher brings it out of the final corners. Boucher wins 125 Restricted Combined, brought to you by Lighting International here at Cockburn over Daniel McMahon in second, Aaron Premius in third, Peter Ten Brooker in P4 and Brock Durden rounding out your 5 here at Cockburn International Raceway.
performance all weekend long, and you cap it off with a win once again here at the City of Perth Titles.
Oh, it's great, Chris. And to be honest, I mean, pushed all the way by Cooper. I mean, Cooper just was there consistently. He's so quick for being so new to the sport. But I want to dedicate this one to my dad. He was there with us from the beginning. Means the world to me. So this one's to Dad.
Congratulations, mate. Lap it up. Your City of Perth Titles winner in 125 restricted, Thomas Bauscher. Congrats, mate. We're back on track and out and straight into it by the looks. We're getting on to tag 125 heavy on track for their 15-lap final.
All right, the club are running them through quick and fast here. I barely have a moment to get back into the seat and ready to go again. It's tag 125 heavy, brought to you by Lighting International. Getting underway for their 15-lap final in a field of only 9 drivers in this one. This might be a relatively processional race out here. Jason Betts leading the way from the pole spot here over Lloyd Billick on the outside of the front row. Brenton Magri was third on the grid. It looks like he's dropped back off through the field. Over Troy Stones-Clark, Ben Harvey and Jaden Keeville. That was your starting grid, but it's Betsy leading the way. No, it's Brenton Magri in a second. I stand corrected, and my apologies. Magri holding on to P2 here. Over Lloyd Billick in the 3 spot. Troy Stones-Clark in P4 from Jaden Keeville and Ben Harvey. Crispin Venema and Kim Smith. A bit of a shocking start here for Taylor Thomas. I missed what happened, but he is a long way off the back of the pack here. Some 9 seconds off the back of the race leaders. 5.5 off the back of the next cut up the road of Kim Smith in the 82 machine. But it's Brenton Magri trying to put the pressure onto the back of Betsy at the moment. Jason has gone 1, 2, and 1 through the 3 heats so far. Magri starting to come to grips with it. It was a pair of thirds in his heat races, but now monstering up onto the back of Betsy as they go down the main straightaway. And we'll pick him up. Magri down the inside, and he grabs the race lead from Betts. So Brenton on a mission here in the 85 MPM diesel entry. Brenton back into a, it says KF card on his entry, but it's clearly got arrow stickers on it. It looks like one of the DPE X5 platform chassis that debuted a couple of seasons ago here in Western Australia and still proving to be incredibly competitive in the Australian market. A shout out once again to the live stream chat group. Give us a shout out, let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. Amy Dublin giving me a laundry list of people she's cheering for. That's great. I'm not going to read all of those out, though. Shout out to Wendy, waiting for KA3 Juniors, and not too far away now to watch Chase Wildman with his first open meeting in the KA3 class. He's proving incredibly impressive so far, and I can't wait to see them come out again and go racing here. And Denise watching from Melbourne, waiting for Ash Morrissey to get out there and racing. We'll see him out there very soon in X30 Lights, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Karts coming up in a couple of races' time. But this is Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Lighting International, with Brenton Magri out front, Jason Betts into the 2nd spot. Betsy's been the driver to beat this weekend so far, but this is the race that counts. And at the moment, it is all about Magri leading the way, 6.7 tenths of a second over Betts. There's Magri across your screen. Then Betts at the line from Billick in 3rd, Troy Stones-Clark in 4th, Keeville P5 from Harvey, Venema, Smith and Thomas. Your 9-cart field here in Tag 125 Heavy. And this is the closest battle we have on track at the moment. Jaden Keeville and Ben Harvey fighting it out around the circuit. They're fighting for 5th and 6th on the road. Separated by just a 1/10 of a second last time across the line. This is 125 Heavy for their 15-lap final here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021 here at Cockburn International Raceway. Running us into the second half of this final race for Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Lighting International. We're still following this battle between Jaden Keeville and Ben Harvey. Neither of them can shake each other at the moment, and they're putting in the work and working hard for it. I can tell you that much. As Harvey fires one up the inside of Keeville and slots to the inside, Jaden's going to try and sit back and find an opportunity to get back up the inside here. These guys are fighting it out for 5th and 6th on the road. Meanwhile, Brenton Magri continuing to lead out the race over Jason Betts in second. 3 seconds the gap. Lloyd Billick in third. Troy Stones-Clark in P4 from Ben Harvey now in the 5. Unfortunate for Taylor Thomas, who is showing promising pace. He's lapping, although in the 51-1, something not quite right with the kart this morning. And Taylor, unfortunately, at the back of this pack, a long way off the lead drivers now. 16 seconds adrift of the leaders. So pick up Brenton Magri, leading the way past the canteen here. He's been on an absolute mission this morning after taking out a couple of thirds during the heat races. Has had plenty of pace and finds himself peaking at exactly the right time of the weekend for the MPM Diesel number 85 Arrow X5 chassis. Magri leading out 3.7 seconds over the field as he winds it up out of the Ingrid hairpin and charges up the hill again. He's put daylight between himself and Jason Betts in second. Betsy, who started off the weekend in fine form with a couple of race wins and a second place result in the heat races after being fastest qualifier yesterday morning, just doesn't have an answer for Magri here in the Sunday final race of the weekend for Tag 125 Heavy. as we wind down these final few laps. It is 5 laps to go. And still this battle continues. Now Jaden Keevil falling back into the clutches of Kim Smith in the 82 machine. Good racing number, the old 82. Keevil looking like he is struggling with exit speed coming off these turns in the number 78 BRM kart. This is the closest battle we have on track, though. In your Tag 125 heavy field at the moment, in a rather processional race in a smaller field of just 9 drivers in the class, brought to you by Lighting International here at Cockburn International Raceway. Following along here as Brenton Magri makes his way onto the main straightaway and goes 2 laps remaining down the line here. A little over 2 kilometres left to go for Brenton. On his way towards a checkered flag here in Tag 125 Heavy. He is 5.7 seconds clear of Jason Betts, lapping a solid 0.7 of a second faster on the previous lap alone. Magri is on another planet this morning here in Cockburn. And you have to wonder where he's been hiding this pace over the course of the weekend. Potentially just looking after the rubber and staying tuned up and ready to go for the final. As you can see from this camera shot, Magri making his way around these final couple of corners to start his final lap of the race. There is Jason Betts in second. Over Lloyd Billick back there in the 3rd spot. Onto the main straightaway, 1 to go here. And your top 3 well and truly spreading themselves out around here at Cockburn International Raceway. Betsy will just have to settle for second this afternoon here at Cockburn, after being dominantly quick throughout the heats. Not quite enough for Magri, who's been incredibly fast throughout the final here today. Turned it on come the 15-lapper and the money race to take out the weekend's honours for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. Down into the Ingrid hairpin as Magri makes his way through the final few corners. And the checkered flag will be out and waiting for Brenton Magri as he hits the line to take the win. Jason Betts bringing it around to go second. And Lloyd Billick will round out your podium in 3rd for Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Lighting International.
Down here with Brenton Magri, a dominant performance come finals time. Where were you hiding that pace all weekend?
Oh, I think it was just in me, mate. I haven't turned the lap until qualifying yesterday, so felt good by the end. Felt good yesterday, Arvo. Just had to repeat it, mate. I can't thank All Good Racing for the support, Kart Force. I mean, without them guys, man, I wouldn't be out here. And I'm out here to have some fun, and that was awesome, eh?
A solid result, mate. Congratulations. Brenton Magri, your 125 heavy winner here at the City of Perth Titles. We're back on track, and straight away we're out with the KA3 Junior, I believe, out on track for their 15-lap final. Getting into these opening laps for KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. As they get underway, Dylan Guest and Sachin Smith were on the front row of the grid to lead things out from Ferraro and Lyle as they make their way around the opening lap of the race and down the main straightaway to tick off lap number 1 is Dylan Guest leading things away. Nash Ferraro up into that 2 spot, the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery BRM kart. As you can just see them in the right-hand side of your screen, filtering through the left-hander after the canteen section of the circuit. And they've already opened up a fair old gap over the rest of the field. Back to Sachin in 3rd, Cooper Lyle in 4, Ashton Sprague in 5. Zane Rhodes in the 6 from Toby Mayolo in the 7 spot. Kay Davey in the 8 from Jet McDonald in 9. And Mitchell Campbell rounding out the 10 over Tyson Sadler, Nick Smith, Ethan Traeger, Lockie Adams and Jack Parham. Your 15. In the 16 car field, Chase Wildman, unfortunately, off the back of that group. Chase, ultra promising, coming into the final here. Something has gone wrong in the opening stages of this race, and unfortunately, the Wildman out of contention for a result here. As we follow the battle here, look at this battle pack going on. Sprague from Mayolo, then McDonald, then Sadler. Then it looks like Campbell, Smith, Traeger, Adams and Parham all in this monster battle pack hanging on. That's for 5th, all the way through and down to 15th. A big old battle pack. Ahead of them is Rhodes, Smith Way, Ferraro and Guest, your leader. As you can see them filtering their way around. Your top 4 well and truly spread out already as they hit the main straightaway. But this battle pack of 10 go-karts chasing each other around the circuit. Wicked fun to watch here. Ashton Sprague at the head of that pack at the moment. Now dropping off Toby Mayolo a little bit. Mayolo falling back into the clutches of Jet McDonald. And under pressure from Jet here, Sadler's trying to find his way through as well. But Mayolo is going to cover off the inside line and force Sadler to go the hard way. The 75 of Kay Davey is in the mix there too. The comp kart machine for Weet-Bix over the 98 of Mitch Campbell. The 10 of Nicholas Smith tucking into that fight. Lockie Adams and Ethan Traeger. Jack Parham tacking onto the back of that one. And Chase Wildman up to P15. Wildman still 7 seconds off the back of that fight though, unfortunately. Something going wrong there for the Wildman in the formation of the final. But it's Dylan Guest out front. Guesty with a trio of heat wins, another dominant driver through the heat races this weekend.
we follow this battle, Tyson Sadler, Cade Davey, and Nicholas Smith chasing each other around the circuit. Sadler sitting right behind Toby Maiolo. Look at what is the age difference between Sadler and Maiolo equates to a height difference of the kids at the wheel, because Maiolo is eventually going to hit his straps and shoot up like a rocket. But at the moment, he's still very young in this KA3 field, and so therefore sits very low in the seat with a stonking 25 kilos of lead, if I recall correctly, bolted to the cart to get Maiolo to make class weight here for KA3 Junior. Shout out to the YouTube live stream chat. Yvonne cheering on the Guesty boys, saying you got this. Well, at the moment, it's Dylan out front, doing it in style. He's lapping 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody else on track right now. Dylan Guest is just in charge here. Nash Ferrara getting through for a second place position at the moment. Sachin Smith way in third, lapping just marginally slower than Ferraro. Then Zane Rhodes in P4, Ashton Sprague running at your 5 as we approach the halfway point very soon here in KA3 Junior. Brought to you by Eco Resources. Dylan Guest out front and leading the way. The number 50 Guesty boys in GB Sport and All About Hoses, Ricardo Cart. Leading the way here in the number 50, stretching out that gap. It's over 2.2 seconds. Last time across the line as he reset the hot lap of the race again, a 50.677 for Dylan Guest out front. Continuing on with this battle, it's still going on. Now it's Traeger, Adams, and Parham. This is a fight for 12, 13, and 14 on the road in the back of the train that is KA3 Junior. Out for their 15-lap final, and Traeger fires one up the inside of Mitch Campbell in the 98 machine. Mitch swaps him back, though, and puts Ethan back into the clutches of Lockie Adams. These are some of the young drivers fighting their way through in KA3 Junior. As they rock through the front sweeper. Across the halfway point, it was 7 to go. Last time across the line here, Dylan Guest still out front, again hot lapping to a 50.588. That's half a second faster than Nash Ferraro. And the gap between them when they hit the line, 3.5 seconds. Dylan Guest is running away from the field here in your KA3 Junior final. Checking in on this battle between Zane Rhodes and Ashton Sprague for 4th and 5th. Here in your KA3 Junior final, brought to you by Eco Resources. It's the Cosmic Kart of Zane Rhodes leading out over the Kart Republic chassis of young Ashton. For the minor placings in the top 5 here, they're a fair way off the back of your podium contenders. Just a casual 10 seconds off the race lead at the moment, as they bring it around to make it 3 laps to go here in your 15-lap final race of the weekend for KA3 Junior. And it looks like Sprague has a monstrous amount of top end down the straight, driving right up onto the rear bumper of Rhodes. For young Ashton, wheel in the 24 Sonic Racer Kart Republic chassis. As they work their way through the front sweeper, chasing each other around the circuit. Not able to do anything more than fight for 4th and 5th today. We haven't seen too much of Dylan Guest, Nash Ferraro and Sachin Smith Way because they are all spread so thinly around the circuit. Your top 3 drivers on track. Guesty and the number 50 out front. 6 seconds clear of Nash Ferraro, would you believe it? As it looks like Sprague points to the inside to try and get the move done here on Zane Rhodes. Slides across the curb and Zane is going to cover him back, but he's on the outside and will have to settle for 5th again. Now Zane points back to the inside in the middle sweeper. Trying to get the job done and hang on to this one in the closing few laps. They're slowing each other down though. And Jet McDonald and Toby Mayolo arriving on the scene to put a 4-way fight together in this fight for 4, 5, 6 and 7 on the road. As your leaders make it 1 to go here. Dylan Guest starting his final lap. See if we can pick him up around the circuit. The number 50 Guesty boys. All About Hoses and GB Sport Ricardo Kart. As Guesty makes his way through the front sweeper, you can just see the glimmer of him heading up the hill. Nash Ferraro showing up there through the front sweeper as Dylan Guest incredibly dominant in the final here. A clean sweep of the heat races, backing up that fastest qualifying time on Saturday morning. Dylan Guest on a Sunday morning cruise by 7 seconds at the line. Dylan Guest will claim the win here in KA3 Junior. Brought to you by Eco Resources. Daylight back to Nash Ferraro, home on 2nd on the podium. And then Sachin Smith Way a couple of seconds further behind to round out P3 here from Zane Rhodes in 4, Ashton Sprague in 5, Jet McDonald in 6, and Toby Mayolo rounding out your 7 from Sadler, Davey and Nicholas Smith rounding out your top 10. Here with Dylan Guest, your winner in KA3 Junior. Mate, 7 seconds
at the end of a 15-lap final. Your cart is blisteringly quick. What did you guys do to tune this thing up to get it going that fast?
We actually have a practice motor on. We figured out our practice motor is actually pretty decent. Pretty gripped up setup, 40mm axle. We're fast.
Nice and quick, mate. You take yourself away a nice new Exude custom-made racing suit and $100 for your fastest qualifier efforts yesterday morning. Anyone you need to thank, especially a big shout out to Dad for all the work put in to make this thing tuned up and as fast as it was.
Yeah, just thank Dad, Flat Out Karts for the wicked motor, Patricia Course, Eurotech, and all the other drivers for the good racing.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Dylan Guest, your KA3 Junior winner here at Cockburn International Raceway. Out there, thanks to Eco Resources. We are sending your Cadet, what are they, 12s? Cadet 12s out on track and ready to race for their 15-lap final up next. We are on with Cadet 12 out on track, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Out for their formation laps and getting ready to go racing here. As they get lined up and ready to go, it's Benjamin Hall and Campbell Thompson on the front row of the grid here. Diago Stewart and Chase Webb lining up on row 2. Graham Bernardi and Julian Barbas lining up on the third row of the grid. From Riley Curry and Orlando Ricciardello lining up 7 and 8 on the grid here. From William Kalsick-Chen and Ryder McKay, 9 and 10. Xander Edgington. From Lucas Kalsick-Chen, 11 and 12 from Jordan Klee and Xavier Politano on the 7th row of the grid over Zach Casagrande and Michael White due to line up, wrapping up your starting grid here. This is Cadet 12, the second stop on the progression order for young drivers getting into karting. If they start young enough, they go straight into Cadet 9s. If they're a couple of years older and they're of the right age, they'll go into Cadet 12. It's the same engine as the Cadet 9 category, just with a different combination with bigger restrictors or without a restrictor on the Vortex Mini Rock engine. As always, a big moment down there at Turn 1, and Chase Webb gets shunted all the way down to the back of the pack. Unfortunate there for the newly crowned West Australian state champ. Now he has his work cut out for him to see what he can put on and drive his way through the field. But it's Benjamin Hall going to lead things out on this opening lap here from Campbell Thompson in that second spot. It looks like Graham Bernardi in P3. Jake Claridge Motorsport bringing you the Cadet 12s this weekend. And Jake himself, well known for his career progression through karting and his antics and behaviour and phenomenal driving in the West Australian KZ Series as a front runner in WA karting. If you want someone to help you out, go a little bit quicker here in WA. Go chat to Jake Claridge as he supports the youngsters and gets these Cadet 12s up and running. As we catch Diago Stewart putting some pressure on Graham Bernardi here. Past the canteen, and Diago just forcing the issue at the left-hander, and he slots in and covers off that inside line nicely. Parking his rear bumper across the front nose cone of Bernardi, now elevating himself up into the third spot here with the KF Kart branded Tony Machine for young Diago. And a big thank you to Exude Racing Suits for their sponsorship of the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. A huge effort from them to put up brand new racing suits for all of our class winners this weekend. Custom made and embroidered Exude Racing Suits up for the winners of all of these classes this weekend here in the City of Perth Titles. And you see a few of them around here. There's a couple of different variants
poking around in the pits now over the years in which we've run this event. I think the original was the navy and grey, and then we turned into the blue and white versions of the City of Perth Titles suits. And they get branded with their category and their names with the custom embroidery and custom sizing, of course, made to order. And the Exoot suit's been around for a long time as front runners and leaders in the karting suit and safety apparel business. Remember way back in the early 2000s when Exoot came to the fray here in Australia, they were everywhere. You wouldn't show up to a racetrack without seeing 20 of that iconic black and silver original OG abrasion-resistant material of the first versions of the Exoot suits. As I'm watching a very despondent Benjamin Hall. Something has gone wrong at the front of the field here, and Benjamin has dropped through the order, and the 98 machine is off the sidelines, and Ben is out of this race. That is a shocker and a heartbreak moment for Ben. I'm not sure what exactly happened. We missed it on the live stream, but that does leave Campbell Thompson out front. The 51 KF kart of Campbell leads the way here in your Cadet 12 final. Tiago Stewart into the second spot. And that puts Julian Barbas into P3. Riley Curry up to P4. Young Riles has a great run in the final here. Graham Bernardi into P5. Orlando Ricciardello into P6. But it's this young man, Campbell, on top at the moment here from Tiago Stewart in second, working their way around the circuit. Let's check in on the progress of young Chase Webb. He was way down the order early on, and it looks like he was out of contention. He's actually no longer competing out there on track. Unfortunate there for the newly crowned WA champ of young Chase. Got fed way out into the boonies on the opening lap of racing. And going to struggle to counter back to that one. He's taking no further part here in your Cadet 12 final. The battles through the field, though. Oh, that was a big old serve as they're fighting it out. That's right behind Xander Edgington at the moment. That's Zach Casagrande and Jordan Klee fighting out for positions there. The 60 and the 84. So Ryder McKay and Zach Casagrande, I stand corrected. Jordan Klee a little bit further off that battle pack here as they sit behind the 20 of William Kalsick Chen on the road. Klee and Michael White, it seems, fighting it out over the remaining placings. As we catch your leaders down the line, just spanning across the camera shot, looking out to the east from the timing tower here at Cockburn International Raceway. Campbell Thompson leads from Tiago Stewart in second, with Julian Barbas in that third spot. And they are getting racy here. That's the 60 again. Ryder McKay getting all caught up, and this time he gets dropped to position and loses some ground on track. Watching these battles circulate around the circuit here at Cockburn International Raceway. Campbell Thompson over Tiago Stewart. Tiago is closing the gap. Young Stewart is on a mission here, folks. Closing down this gap. We are still 10 laps to go. Last time across the line. This time by will be 9. As Thompson drags Tiago down the line. 2.5 seconds the gap back to Julian Barbas. Now 3 seconds back. But these two are going to fight it out for the top spot here today in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. And who wants it worse? Who wants that brand new Exoot racing suit? As during the qualifying yesterday morning, it was Chase Webb who took out the honours to put it on pole in Heat 1. He's dropped back through the placings throughout the heats, though, 1, 2, and 4 for the first 3 heats of the day. So slowly fell back a little bit as drivers like Campbell Thompson fought their way through for a first, a second, and a third. And Benjamin Hall doing the same as well. And that put them on the front row of the grid for the final. And unfortunate there for Benjamin Hall getting caught up in the final and not taking any further part in the race that counts for the weekend. As we pick up on this battle, Riley Curry in the 31 machine under pressure from Graham Bernardi in the 46. They're having a good old fight here for 4 and 5. Julian Barbas just ahead of them in the 3 spot. Just a smidge up the road, holding down that P3. Oh, Graham dropping a wheel past the canteen. Almost sent himself for a loop there in front of the crowd watching on at the canteen, enjoying the great food put on offer by Mishko here at Cockburn. Big thank you to the lovely ladies and gents putting on our food and water to keep us hydrated and well fed this weekend. And Riley Curry can smell blood in the water because he is pushing as much as he can to close up this gap to the back of Julian Barbas and put on the fight for third. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead is closing down as well. Your leaders going down the line, Thompson and Stewart glued together here. Last time across the stripe, they were 0.3 of a second. Now it's 2.2. Not sure where to look in this one. This is the battle for the lead, though. Thompson and Stewart fighting it out with 7 laps to go down the line. You can see just behind in the shot there was Barbas and Curry fighting it out for third and fourth on the road. Behind them, Graham Bernardi for P5. Orlando Ricciardello in the 6th spot here from William Kalsick-Jen. Xander Edgington, Zach Casagrande, and Michael White rounding out your 10. From Cleve, Mackay, Kalsick-Chen, Politano, and Hall. And Hall was the fastest man on track, unfortunately, off the road. But it's Campbell. It's all about Campbell here. A 57.4 last time across for Campbell Thompson. Diago putting down a 57.291, just shy of the hot lap of the race set by Benjamin in the early stages. Now Diago to the point. Up the inside. Campbell switches him back. They're going to go side by side onto the main straightaway. The 2 KF kart boys fighting it out. And Cadet 12, it is on in the race for the City of Perth title. A little lick of the curb there for Campbell. Slides a go-kart across the racetrack. Diago right there to capitalise if he makes a mistake. As they climb the hill past the canteen and back down, making their way into the out-grid sweeper in front of the nervous mums and dads. Teams, mechanics and crew down here on the fence line before they climb the hill again. Now Campbell knows Diago's there. So young Diago has shown his hand pretty early and Campbell knows where he's going to be. You can see Campbell starting to tighten up his entry lines and cover off a challenge from Diago. That could be beneficial, but it can also hurt if he loses exit speed off the corners by tightening up the turn too much. And Diago again looks to the inside. This time he's going to hang the inside. They're going to drag race onto the main straightaway and side by side down the line. Just keeping it clean is the name of the game here, but it looks like Campbell just gets ahead down the straight and hangs on to the lead. 5 to go. That time across the stripe, Campbell Thompson leads, but barely, because Diago 2 laps in a row has shown his might, and now they're coming up onto the back of lap traffic. Great work from the lap traffic, jumping out of the way and letting the leaders go through. The 33 of Xavier Politano. Somebody buy that kid an ice cream. Great sportsmanship helping out your leaders to make sure they can continue their race uninterrupted as Diago peeks to the inside at the Ingrid hairpin. Can't make it happen yet, but we'll see where Diago can make it happen. It was into this left-hander. 2 laps in a row he's made it work, but he's way too far back this time around. And potentially just sitting back there and reevaluating his choices right now. As they come across the line, it is 4 laps remaining for Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. As Thompson drags young Diago Stewart past the canteen once again here. Looks like he's opened up another kart length or so after they were getting caught up on each other around the final corners a lap ago. And drag racing down the main straightaway. They don't have to worry too much about losing time to the drivers behind them, as Julian Barbas, 4.8 seconds off the back of this battle pack. He's got his hands full of Graham Bernardi and Riley Curry at the moment for 3rd, 4th and 5th. That placing is still up for grabs here. We'll check on the lap speed. This time they click them off because Diago is slowly making inroads on Campbell again, it seems, by the old calibrated eyeball, measuring the gap as they come onto the main straightaway. This time it's 0.4 of a second, and Thompson was marginally quicker actually, 0.07 of a second faster. The fight is on for 3rd though behind them. But it looks like Diago may have shown his hand too early and overdriven the kart. And now Campbell's decided he's not going to wait around and find out what would happen if Diago has another chance here. The number 51 KF kart for Campbell Thompson leading the way here for KF Kart Racing Team. How's this? The battle for third here. Julian Barbas and Graham Bernardi fighting it out for P3 on the podium here at Cockburn International Raceway. Bernardi covering off the inside line, down into the in-grid hairpin. Barbas trying to find his way around. He goes to the outside again. He's choosing all those wrong racing lines that are going to be the hardest way to make this move happen as they head into the final corners in the fight for third. 2 laps to go, this time across the line here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. And Barbas has the run, and Bernardi just mows him down the straight. A little bit tighter on the corner entry. Bernardi gives him a bit of a feed through turn 1. Nose cone on bumper action, but it's Barbas hanging on to that third spot. Meanwhile, out front, the gap between Thompson and Stewart now out to 0.6 of a second. It looks like Thompson has turned it up another level, trying to open up that gap and consolidate this lead, lock it down and pick up the W here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. He wants to wear a brand new Exude Racing suit as Thompson brings it around onto the main straightaway to start his final lap of the circuit. Here in your Cadet 12 final, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Down the line, 1 to run here in Cadet 12. And the gap between Thompson and Stewart, 6.7 of a second. Campbell putting down his best lap of the race a moment ago, 57.362 for Campbell. And it could just be that Diago had a hot setup on the kart, considering cooler temperatures than what have eventuated for the track. And it sounds like the battle is still on for third, but we're going to bring this home with Campbell Thompson. A little peek over the shoulder on the final lap of the circuit as Campbell runs it up the hill out of the in-grid hairpin for the final time here this weekend at the City of Perth Titles, brought to you by Discovery Parks. And he is on his way to picking up some new threads. Mum and Dad will be stoked as Campbell Thompson runs it down the line. Put your hands together for Campbell Thompson, your Cadet 12 winner. Diago Stewart battling him all the way through that race, comes home second in the final, and the race to the line to decide who's going to be on the podium. Julian Barbas will pick up the third spot. Graham Bernardi home in fourth. Riley Curry in a thriller home to round out your top 5. 0.6 of a second separated Barbas and Bernardi for third and fourth here. But all the applause for young Campbell Thompson, your Cadet 12 City of Perth champion here at Cockburn International Raceway. Down here with Campbell Thompson, your Cadet 12 City of Perth champion. A solid race and great battling with Diago throughout that one. Congratulations, though. You are the City of Perth champion.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. First ever winning Cadet 12, so really happy with that result.
Cockburn has been an up-and-down venue for you over the years gone by throughout your Cadet Night appearances. You've been on the sidelines and you've been on the podium here, but congratulations. It must feel really good to take home a win in Cadet 12 in front of your family, your friends, and all your supporters, mate. Who do you have to thank?
Definitely Mum and Dad and my great-grandma, obviously, because she brought down food. Dad brought me down here and doing the cart, getting the setup right over the weekend, and Mum for also supporting me.
Great stuff, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Campbell Thompson, your Cadet 12 City of Perth champion. On track now with X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Carts. Oh dear, what has happened here? Well, this is the, well, no, I can't really say that, but that is not a good situation. Hayden Fraser getting caught up and everyone catching up behind him. And it looks like they are racing ahead of them as well. See if we can pick them up. No, they're not quite racing. They are all bunched up. And we are under formation laps still, it seems. I just jumped back into commentary to pick this one up. But we lost a whole bunch of go-karts, all caught up on each other in the formation lap. So a very awkward set of circumstances here in X30 Light. Big prize money up for grabs for this class this weekend here. X30 Light, bit of a special edition being put on. And a big thank you to all of the sponsors for putting this together. X30 Light copping $600 for the winner overall here in the final. $300 for second and $150 for third. There was $100 to win each of the heat races. So $300 up for grabs in the heat races. And there was $50 for the fastest lap in each of the heat races as well, plus $100 for the fastest qualifier. So as it stands right now, Hugh Maguire has won himself $500 before he starts the final, with another $600 up for grabs. I saw a flag being hung out there on the main straightaway. And I'm not sure which one it is from my vantage point here in commentary. But it looks like we don't have a start just yet. And they've all fanned out into the racing line. So I'm really unsure the circumstances here. It may have been the chevron. I'm not one to usually speculate. But it looks like our X30 Light field making their way around the circuit, but they are all checked up and relatively slow. So we are still yet to get underway with this 15-lap final here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. I do apologise for some minor incorrections in the calls. The timing tower and race control is on the entirely opposite side of the circuit here at Cockburn International Raceway. So sometimes it is difficult to see exactly what the call has been made. But it looks like they are sending around and getting ready to go racing here. They're in formation. Hugh Maguire and Josh Healy on the front row of the grid will take him down the straightaway. And it looks like we are under green light or racing conditions here. Maguire leading the field into turn one. Healy on the inside of Morrissey, trying to tuck it in there for second. Simon Gwilliam rocketing through there for fourth, and he's going to go up the inside of Morrissey for the third spot. And Gwilliam gets it done, but it's Maguire out front. Healy in second. Gwilliam third. Morrissey fourth. Shane McPherson rounding out your top five here on the opening laps of X30 Light, brought to you by Mega Fast Carts.
As we pick them up down the line at the end of lap number 1. It was a little bit frenetic to try and get a start here. And there may be more to come from that one, but we'll pick up on the action as Liam Kane up the inside of Ash Morrissey. Morrissey seemingly struggling in the early stages of the race here. May just need the cut to come on song here for the 89 Sarah Cart. As they pour through the front sweeper and up the inside looks the Tony Cart of Gabriel Belanca. Deckers goes through with him as well. Morrissey has a hand up in the air, so he is calling it a day. And there is an issue for Ash Morrissey, and he'll be out of contention in the final here. As Deckers now gets one up on Gabe Belanca. 3 of you young junior graduates in 2021. Deckers, Belanca and Kaiulo all glued together around the circuit. Fighting it out here in your X30 Light final, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Karts here at Cockburn International Raceway. rather processional affair here in X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Carts. It's all about Hugh Maguire out front. He's on his way to pick up a huge amount of cash for his weekend's efforts here in X30 Light. The number 15, Digital Quarter, Tony Kart Machine. Max will be beside himself on the sidelines. It's week in, week out. His biggest fan, his dad, putting in the effort. And the maximum amount of enjoyment he gets out of it to watch his son do his thing around the circuit here in Cockburn. And Hugh picked himself up $500 for his troubles already this weekend. And what was that? $50. Sorry, no, $100 for top qualifier. $150 for being the winner and fastest driver in Heat 1. $100 for being the winner in Heat 2. And another $150 for being the winner and fastest driver in Heat 3. If he carries on this form, it's another $600 to be the winner of the final, and he will take himself a brand new Exude Racing suits. Big shout out to Exude Racing for the incredible support here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. And the winner of each class will take home a brand new Exude Racing suit. As we catch this battle, this is a fight between Liam Kane and Jesse Elliott for 5th and 6th on the road. Behind them, Gabriel Belanca in the 12 machine. The Tony Kart of Gabe hanging out for P7. But it's Maguire leading from Healy, from Gwilliam, from McPherson and Kane, Elliott, Belanca, Thompson, McLean and Clifton. Over Cayulo and Deckers, who were both off the road a little while ago. Getting caught up on each other, fighting over those remaining placings. And then unfortunate there for Mason Fraser and Ash Morrissey. And Hayden Fraser didn't even make the start of the final here, so not a good day for the Fraser family, unfortunately, here in X30 Light. As Elliott sends up a move. Hey, that was never going to work. Elliott on Kane, both into each other at the Ingrid hairpin. And they didn't give away any position. No, they did give away position. Gabe Belanca sneaking through on them. As the last lap while it is out to pick up Hugh Maguire down the line. Maguire bringing it down into the front sweeper for the final time. The number 15, Digital Quarter, Tony Kart Machine. Looking to cap off a clean sweep of the weekend. The only blemish on his record has been not getting the fastest lap in Heat 2 yesterday. That was taken by Simon Gwilliam, who earned himself $50 for being the fastest driver on the track in the heat races. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Hugh Maguire, now $1,100 richer here in X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Carts. Joshua Healy home in second place will take home a cool $300 for his efforts. And Simon Gwilliam home in third will take away $150 for his work, for being third in the final here. X30 Light, run and done here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Cockburn International Raceway.
Hugh Maguire, your X30 Light champion here at the City of Perth Titles. A clean sweep of the weekend. One problem, you didn't get the fastest lap in Heat 2. So you didn't maximise your income. $1,100 still going your way for fastest qualifier yesterday morning. Heat 1 win and the hot lap. The Heat 2 win. Heat 3 win and hot lap. And then $600 for winning the final, plus a new Exude racing suit. Can't complain about that kind of weekend out, can ya?
Not at all. We've had 6 months out of the cart for a while, so it feels good to be back and out at the front again. So I think I owe Dad and the family a night out. So
beers are on you, mate, for sure.
For sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Hugh Maguire, your X30 Light champion here at Cockburn International Raceway. Getting a couple of laps into this one here for Cadet 9s, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. The Orange Army out in force this weekend. Check out the BRM Kart brand if you're looking to go for something a little bit different with a solid support and great atmosphere around the team. That's BRM Kart Australia. Go see Jason Priolo in the big old orange tent. He'll be happy to help you out. Good old Priolo hospitality. Can't beat it. As Connor Mayer leads the way here in the Cadet 9s field of the 58.159 hot lap so far. He's got a healthy margin, 1.1 seconds over Chase Saxfield in the KF Kart slash Ricardo machine in second. Bo Casagrande in the third spot over Jake Estecchi in P4 from Annika Hurd and Valentino Giorgella, 5 and 6. Josh Panizza and Taj McDonald, 7 and 8 on the road. For those of you watching on 4Star Media's broadcast of the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles, we are just letting our cameras rest for a moment. Zhao wanted something to eat, so
Joe is off grabbing a bite to eat, so we are stuck with a fixed camera position for the moment. But do not fear, we'll be back with moving cameras for the last 5 races of the weekend. Here from Cockburn International Raceway for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021. running down these final few laps here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. The Cadet 9's the first step for the youngest drivers, kicking things off, going racing at just the age of 7 years of age. Connor Mayer is out front right now from Chase Saxfield in second. 2.7 seconds separate them at the line. Jake Kostecki into the third spot, getting one up on Bo Casagrande here over Josh Panizza in the 5 spot. Valentino Giorgella in P6. Unfortunately, it looks like we lost Annika Hurd. Young Annika getting caught up a few laps ago here. She only completed 5 laps of the race. As we catch them working their way through. Chase Saxfield just working his way down through the front sweeper. As Connor Mayer clicks one over the line. Chase Saxfield chasing him around at the moment. It's still 2.9 seconds a gap as Connor continues to stretch the legs of the flat-out karts machine here in your Cadet 9 final. 15 laps for the youngsters is a long, hard slog for these young kids. But he'll continue on his way as they race things out. 3 laps to go. Last time across the line here in Cadet 9 for your final, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. Working their way around on their final lap here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. You can catch the leaders on screen right now, working their way down towards the front sweeper. First to arrive on the scene will be young Connor Mayer with Chase. Chasing him around the circuit, and the family's giving applause as they bring it around the front sweeper for the final time here in this Cadet 9 final, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. And your Cadet 9's bringing it around the final few corners to wrap up a stellar weekend here in the class. And it's going to be a clean sweep as young Connor Mayer will bring it down to the line. Goes 4 from 4, plus the fastest qualifier, picks himself up a little bit of cash for his troubles and a brand new Exude Racing suit. Connor Mayer is your Cadet 9's winner over Chase Saxfield in second. And Jake Kostecki bringing it down the line to round out your podium in third. Bo Casagrande finishing things up in the 4th spot. And then back to Josh Panizza, bringing it around the final couple of corners in P5 from Valentino Giorgella in the 6th, and Taj McDonald rounding out your 7 finishing drivers here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia.
Down here with Connor Mayer, your Cadet 9s champion for the City of Perth. Mate, a clean sweep of the weekend, $100 for qualifying on pole yesterday morning and a quadruple heat wins. Taking out the final, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's been a pretty good weekend. Huge thanks to Flat Out Karts and Sam and Greg, my family, my mum and dad and my brother for being there supporting me. It's been great.
Killer effort, mate. What's next for Connor Mayer in the future here in Cadet 9s?
I'm going to Tasmania to race the state titles there. I'm leaving on Wednesday this coming week.
Killer effort. Tasmania is a wicked state. Love it down there. Congratulations. Best of luck in Tasmania, mate. Connor Mayer, your Cadet 9s champion here at Cockburn International Raceway. And we are back on track for more racing here at Cockburn International Raceway. Just 4 races left for the weekend. And we kick off with KA4 Junior. Brought to you by Sagel and Properly Maintenance. KA4 Junior at championship weight this weekend. And another class that has been clean swept so far by Connor Payne, who took fastest qualifier yesterday morning. 3 heat wins to his name and will start himself on the pole spot here. He'll start on the front row alongside Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, who will go to the outside with the number 88 KF kart machine for All Good Racing Karts and Parts. Connor Radford on his KA4 open meeting debut has done well enough to park himself 3rd on the grid on the 2nd row alongside Lachlan Clee. Starting P4, Jackson Curtis and Jet McDonald will start P5 and 6 on the grid. From Mason Walczak and Aiden Tempany, 7 and 8. Noah Byrne and Jet James will start 9 and 10 on the grid here for your KA4 final. Over Nate Somerville, Toddy Vince, and 11 and 12. Christian Politano and Chloe Summers, 13th and 14th on the starting grid here. This is KA4 Junior at championship weight, brought to you by Sagel and Property Maintenance, as we get set for a 15-lap final for the first step into juniors for these young drivers. Many of them a couple of years or within a year, fresh out of Cadet 12. Use KA4 as the building block before sending him on into KA3 with a little bit more power for the IAME KA100 engines. As Connor Payne will set the pace and bring the field down the line for the opening lap of racing. Looks like Jet McDonald not going anywhere. Oh, we've got a couple off. That's Nate Somerville on the BRM falling off the track there, and he's taken somebody with him as well. But it's your leaders getting through unscathed at the moment. Connor Payne from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau now putting the pressure on, and here goes Connor Radford up the inside of Jackson, side by side. Jackson will have the inside line of the sweeper. Now Radford gets lucky and slots back in behind Mitchell-Rosenau, trying to get back in the inside and hang on to that 3rd spot. But it's Connor Payne getting away from the field here, taking advantage of the other two, getting caught up on each other and slowing each other down. He's built a bit of a gap over Jackson and Connor. Then a gap back to, it looks like Clee Clee now to the inside. It was Jackson Curtis who was there for a moment. Mason Walczak and Aiden Tempany in that fight as well. The 94 and 13 machines respectively as they hit the main straightaway for the first lap on the board. 1 down, 14 to go in your KA4 Junior Championship final. Brought to you by Sagel and Property Maintenance. We're watching this battle here as Walczak fires it up the inside of Jackson Curtis. Tempany tries to go with him at the moment. They're fighting over the minor placings here for 5th on the road. And it looks like Mason Walczak finds his way through.
And we'll hang on to that one for the moment. Still very early days here as Tampany looks for a big move up the inside on the 29 machine of Curtis. Young Aiden gets the job done here. That 13 machine looking good in the black and gold. A very different paint scheme to what we're used to seeing here in WA karting. Usually everything's in the blues and greens. But seeing a bit of the classic, it's the old school PCR kart. PCR kart? Yeah, PCR kart. Yellow and black down the line. As it's Connor Payne out front, leading the way. This battle for second, though. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer and Connor Radford getting the elbows out. And Connor making a step into KA4 Junior in recent weeks after spending some time out of contention due to injury and missing out on contesting Cadet 12 in the WA Kart Championship up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And the race ultimately won by young Chase Webb that weekend. Now Connor finds himself locking horns with Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer right in front of him here. Behind him, they've got to be careful though, because Lachlan Clee will be arriving on the scene to pick up the pieces if they bring each other unstuck. Meantime, Connor Payne is out front, clearing house right now. A 55.7 for Connor. Jackson and Connor Radford down the line. 56.3s for these two as Jackson holding that inside line and trying to just get a leg up and build a gap so you can breathe for a second, because Connor Radford is just harassing the back end of that 88 KF kart. He does not know the meaning of relax, does young Connor. And he will throw everything, including the kitchen sink at Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, if it means picking up second today on his juniors open meeting debut. Lachlan Clee still hanging in there in fourth. This is a battle for second. Radford much deeper under brakes. He touches a tyre on Jackson. He wants to be careful there because that's going to check them both up, and Clee is right in on this fight now. It's a three-way fight for second as they wrap it around these final couple of corners and work their way onto the main straightaway. We are 11 laps to go as Connor Payne resets a hot lap again at 55.4. Radford and Mitchell-Rosenauer punting each other around the track here. Radford just getting underneath that jacked rear tyre of Jackson and unloading him a little bit. And that put Jackson back to the 3 spot. Now under pressure from Clee. There is something characteristically aggressive about how much Jackson's kart jacks on entry to the corner, though. That left rear tyre was a solid foot into the air on the way into turn 1. And Radford just parked the nose cone underneath it. Stopped it from coming back down to earth in a moment. And that puts Radford up to the 2 spot now. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer out of 3, Clee in 4. And we simmer things down for just a moment and see if Jackson has an answer for young Connor Radford in this 15-lap final for KA4 Junior at championship weight, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. Working our way through KA4 Junior, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance for their 15-lap final here at Discovery Park, City of Perth Titles at Cockburn International Raceway. Connor Radford is actually a hot lap in the race at this point, 54.902 from Connor. You can see him up the road here, and he's dispatched of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in the 88 machine. Jackson now finding himself under pressure from Lachlan Clee in the 76. Currently sitting P4 as you catch Connor running down the main straight. So it's the two Connors on top. Payne from Radford, 1 and 2. This man on screen right now, the 22 of Connor Payne, your race leader. Leading things out is hot lap, the personal best of himself in 54.966. He's getting out front here. And he's maintaining a 3.2 second advantage over Connor Radford back there in that second spot. He's trying to close the gap, but unable to put on a big effort here to close up that gap. It is a massive margin to make up in these KA4 Junior karts. Another 2.3 further back to Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in third, with the only battle really happening that we can keep an eye on here between Jackson and Lachlan, 0.3 of a second for third and fourth. And then between Mason Walksack and Aiden Tempany for fifth and sixth on the road. Just 0.2 of a second between them. Then Todd Vince and Noah Byrne fighting it out for 7 and 8. A couple of tenths of a second between them as well. So there's a couple of two-kart battles going on for 3 and 4, then for 5 and 6, and then for 7 and 8. This is a battle for third at the moment. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer just hanging on to it over Lachlan Clee in that fourth spot. Following this battle, this is Mason Walksack and Aiden Tempany fighting it out for 5th and 6th on the road. Just out of the corner of my eye, watching this battle. Bit ahead of these guys. The fight for 3rd and 4th. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer and Lachlan Clee fighting it out here. Getting pretty antsy in that one. They were swapping positions a moment ago, and Jackson fights back to the 3rd spot with just a handful of laps left to run here around Cockburn International Raceway. As we follow Jackson, hanging on to this 3 spot. You can see Connor Payne just flashing across the screen as your race leader with Connor Radford in that 2nd spot. Spread out by 3.2 seconds. This is the battle for the last step on the podium here in KA4 Junior, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance. And this is where Lachlan has a bit of an advantage in this part of the racetrack. But it looks like Jackson has the measure on him here. Now Lachlan closes up on the entry to that final left-hander. Gives away a little bit on the exit as they make their way onto the main straightaway. Clee getting the head down, trying to get the advantage of the toe down the straight. Just how aggressive is the jacking on the back end of Mitchell-Rosenauer's kart? Lifts that inside rear tyre as soon as he touches the wheel. Maybe running a bit of an old school jacked up rear end with the caster pins laid all the way back to make it turn in ultra hard and dip that outside tyre up into the air. So it jacks the inside through the corner as they bring it around. It was 2 laps to go last time down here. Wow, Lachlan up the inside. That was a late move, but he made it happen. Uber smooth though. Clee back to the 3 spot. And Jackson now into P4. Has some work to do if he wants to get it done here. as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. 1 to run as Connor Payne leads the way from Radford in second. 3.4 seconds between them all. Connor Payne working his way around the circuit and into the middle of the racetrack. Over Connor Radford in second. And then I can spot something has happened out on track between Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau and Lachlan Klee. And I think that will elevate Walksack and Tempany into third and fourth on this final lap of racing. So we missed it on the stream. But Connor Payne takes it onto the main straightaway to clean sweep KA4 Junior. Payne wins the junior class here at the City of Perth Titles, brought to you by Discovery Parks, and picks himself up a brand new racing suit. Connor Radford home in the second spot on the podium on his open meeting debut. And then it will be Mason Walksack home in third over Aiden Tempany in fourth. So something happened there on the final lap between Lachlan Klee and Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau, unfortunately, and that puts them both out of the contention for the podium. But it's the two Connors on the top two steps of the podium. Payne takes a dominant win here in Cockburn to take out the City of Perth Titles over Connor Radford home in second, and Mason Walksack rounding out your podium in third. I'm down here on the in-grid with Connor Payne. A dominant performance all weekend. Clean sweep in the heats and taking out a 3.5 second runaway win in the final for KA4 Junior. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone you need to thank for the efforts? It's been a solid kart all weekend long. Absolutely on song.
Dad for bringing me down here, helping with the kart stuff and everything, and flat out karts for the great motor.
Great stuff, mate. What are we seeing from you in the future? Stepping up into KA3 or looking for other options in karting?
Stepping up to KA3.
That's the way. Connor Payne, your KA4 Junior Championship winner here at Cockburn International Raceway for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. Back on track, tag 125 Masters getting out and getting ready for their 15-lap final. This will be a busy one for the elder statesmen here in WA karting, although we've got a couple of the younger Masters stepping into the field for this one. Differentiation from what we usually see in the Masters ranks. This is an open tag class with a softer tyre and more horsepower. More consistent with that, the likes of Tag Heavy. It's been Nathan Terrell from the pole spot all weekend long so far. He drags Shane McPherson with him here. Kip Foster into the 3 spot. Adam Gandossi into P4 here. P125 Masters brought to you by Flora Plant. It looks like it's Anthony Higgs back there in P5 at the moment as they bring it around the front sweeper for the first time here in your 15-lap final. Barely getting a moment to reset and get prepped for the next race as we rock on through the finals here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles down here at Cockburn International Raceway. Couldn't have picked a better weekend for it. It's been beautiful all weekend long out here and quite a warm one here today. Having to bust out the summer attire, shirt and shorts to get by in the heat. We'll be doing trophy presentations down at the canteen a minimum half an hour after the conclusion of the final race, and that'll include giving away some of these awesome prizes as Foster fires on up the inside of McPherson for second. Now, this will be a telltale sign because Foster has been sitting around in the top 3, top 4 carts all weekend long, and you'd have to speculate that he's been conserving tyres, and he might have something for Nathan Terrell in the final here because Terrell has been dominant out front all weekend. But maybe, just maybe, Foster has something in his pocket ready to pull out and throw down on track here in the 15-lapper. As they hit the main straightaway, it'll be 2 down and 13 to go. Plenty of killer prizes up for grabs this weekend, including $100 for the top qualifier in every class and a special custom-made Exoot racing suit. Thanks to Exoot Racing Apparel for supporting the City of Perth Titles here. You get yourself a custom-made suit for the winner of every class this weekend. And, of course, at the end of presentations, we do have some series presentations for the West Australian KZ Series and the KA2 Series for the juniors. And their series presentations this afternoon. And they're coming up next, KA2 and KZ2, to wrap up the classes here at Cockburn International Raceway. And that KZ2 championship coming down into the final round to be decided here this weekend. And I think it's pretty much all but decided right now as we catch Kip Foster starting to harass the back of Nathan Terrell in the 75 machine. As they head past the canteen, Foster in the 31 KF kart. I think he's in Kerry's go-kart this weekend. The 31 typically being Kerry's race number. It was good to see Kerry getting out and having a steer recently. It's great to see Kerry getting back into a kart and having some fun. And I look forward to seeing the Foster name out on track more often. It's good when we get to have Scotty Foster out here and racing with us and shake things up a little bit as Kip starts to harass the back end of Nathan Terrell's 79 flat-out karts machine. The parallel for Terrell against the Birrell-out manufactured KF kart for Foster. Over the Cosmic kart from OTK of McPherson. And then another OTK, the Tony kart of your 125 Restricted Masters West Australian champion, Adam Gandossi in the 4th spot. Now, there's more to the calculations here than just tyre degradation in 125 Masters. You have to consider that some of these blokes are a bit older than the average go-kart racer. And body degradation on a long, hot day in a 15-lap long final is going to be a difficult one to manage. And it will likely be survival of the fittest out here. Foster is quite used to racing in tag light and tag heavy though, so this shouldn't be any different to what he's used to out here. As he puts down the fastest lap of the race, a 49.705. Trying to chase Nathan Terrell around the circuit. We go back to this fight here. This is Anthony Higgs, Ben Bondon and Lloyd Nicholson fighting it out, and that's the placings for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. just behind Gandossi and P4 there, starting to fall back into the clutches of those guys. He was 0.2 of a second slower than the 3 guys behind him. Last time across the line was Gandossi. So he's falling back slowly into their clutches. As we click through the laps, we are approaching the halfway point here in this 15-lapper for Tag 125 Masters, brought to you by Flora Plant for the weekend here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. Great accommodation out at Discovery Park's Woodman Point. I spent the night out there, woke up to the birds chirping between the trees outside my bedroom window. Was a lovely sight to wake me up after a solid 5 hours of sleep. But a big thank you to Tristan at Discovery Parks for the hookup, and thank you to Discovery Parks for their support of West Australian karting and their support of Tiger Kart Club and the City of Perth Titles this weekend. It's great to have them on board, and you should definitely show them some love and some support if you ever find yourself in need of some accommodation in the area. It's great for a weekend like this if you're travelling from the country, or if you're like me and just don't want to drive all the way back to Midland at midnight and then back at 7 in the morning. Watching this battle, this is a fight for 4th through to 7th here. Gandossi, Higgs, Bondon and Nicholson past the canteen. Gandossi in the Tony Kart from Higgs in the KF as they climb the hill. They've slowly been reeling in Adam Gandossi. I think he's starting to feel the effects of the heat and the grippy attire on the body. He was wide for a moment and that checked him up. And that allowed him to open up a bit of a gap over Higgsy and Bondon down into the in-grid hairpin. Still maintaining this spot out front. It's still Terrell from Foster. Then a 3.2 second gap, but back to McPherson. As Bondon fires one up the inside. That was aggressive. Higgsy goes, no, you're not having it that easy. And now that checks up Bondon, and Lloyd Nicholson is on the scene to gather it up. He looks across to make sure he's gotten clear. And Lloyd Nicholson gets it done. So Ben Bondon will have to deal with the repercussions of his actions and the mistake made there on diving up the inside of Higgsy. Cost him a spot instead of gaining him one. As we're working our way towards the final 5 here in Tag 125 Masters. 6 laps to go was the call last time across the line here. As we continue watching this fight for the minor placings in the top 5 of the field. It's still Nathan Terrell being chased by Kip Foster. We just saw them flashing across the screen down the main straightaway here at Cockburn International Raceway. Foster is all over the back of Terrell, putting the pressure on as they climb past the canteen. The Paralyn, flat out karts colour scheme from Nathan Terrell out front over the Kip Foster kart, driven by the man himself. As Foster finds some pace in the final after spending a weekend just looking after tyres. He knows how to play the game in these dead man final events, especially on a track with a lot of tyre degradation. And you have to think that maybe he's just waiting for those final couple of laps to make something happen here. That said, though, Terrell getting a better run onto the main straightaway. Opens up the gap, and Foster can get in the tow and close things up under brakes into turn 1. 4 laps to go last time across the line. keeping a tab on this battle. Terrell v. Foster out front of the 125 Masters. And Foster finally goes firing up the inside at the middle. So Foster claims the race lead here in 125 Restricted Masters. He picked his moment, and now he's opened up the gap. 5 kart lengths already as they hit the main straightaway. And if you're Nathan Terrell right now, you'd be feeling like you've been duped after leading and winning out these heat races. You know Foster was there. Everybody could see it, that Kip Foster was going to come out swinging for the fence in the final race of the weekend for 125 Masters, brought to you by Floraplant. It was 2 to go at the line. As Kip Foster makes his way around the final couple of corners and making his way onto the main straightaway. The last lap order's out. 1 to go here for Kip Foster. In tag 125 Masters, brought to you by Floraplant here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. He played the patient game all weekend. Foster did, recording 2/3 and a second across the 3 heat races this weekend. He waited until the dying moments in the final to pull off this move as he checks over his shoulder on Terrell behind him. And a masterful execution of saving your tyres and pouncing at the right moment. Put on by Kip Foster once again here in 125 Masters. Terrell is staying with him right to the end though, but it won't be enough as he drags it onto the line and takes the checker flag. Kip Foster wins 125 Masters here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles over Nathan Terrell home in second. And a lonely drive for Shane McPherson as he brings it down the straight to take out 3rd on the podium today. Anthony Higgs in 4th, and Lloyd Nicholson will round out your top 5 here at Cockburn International Raceway. Down here with Kip Foster, winner of 125 Masters. A masterful execution come finals time, but you're telling me you had to work for it out there.
Absolutely had to work for it. Nathan Terrell had that kart dialed really well. I probably needed to do some practice and set up to try and get my chassis good for that weight level, and I didn't do that, and so I had to work for every tenth of a second gain on him, and so class act to him, but just stuck in the race and found a hole eventually, but not easy.
Certainly not easy out there. Tough on the old body in a warmer condition day today. 15 laps around Cockburn. It's going to be pretty amount of hell on the body out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I didn't notice necessarily hard on the body, but just concentration level. You know, when your kart is not quite perfect on the setup, you just, any mistake you make obviously is going to cost you a dramatic amount of time. You can't afford to give away anything to start with, so I made one little error there in a right-hander, just put a wheel over the curb too much and dropped probably 3 or 4 tenths, but that's probably the only mistake I made in the race, but still, it hurt me at the time. So,
well, mate, congratulations. Solid result. Kip Foster, your 125 Masters champion here at the City of Perth Titles. On track now with KA2 out for their 15-lap final in the final race of the weekend at the final round of their championship as part of their tacking on to the West Australian KZ Series in this WA Pro Series format that they run. It's the Guesty boys locking out the front row ahead of James McCucci, and Nicholas Starty on row 2. Zane Rhodes and Jack Parham from Alex Stefanovic and Jack Webster. For All Good Racing Karts and Parts, the field is locked and loaded, and we are away and racing. And it looks like one of the both Guesty boys getting shuffled around at the start here. And it's James McCucci Allen getting out front. Zane Rhodes in second. Alex Stefanovic in third. So we're going to have a race on our hands as Parham. Both the Guesty boys into each other. And they have come to a stop. That is a heartbreaker there for the Guesty family. From the front row of the grid to being parked up on the sidelines on the opening lap. And now Stefanovic trying one on Zane Rhodes. Not going to be able to get there as Zane covers off that inside line all the way down the hill. Parham finding his way onto the back of this battle for second now as James McCucci Allen, your series leader, coming into this round. Skips away with the lead on the opening lap of racing here. McCucci Allen from the Orange Army, BRM Kart Australia. Jumping in there, and the Guesty boys both on the sidelines. They're not happy with each other about it either. And in fact, neither of them are happy with McCucci Allen, it seems. There's been a McCucci Allen v Guesty confrontation here at Cockburn before, at a special event we had here in August, the week before the King of the Hill event up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the KA2 special. But it will be McCucci Allen leading the way here. Alex Stefanovic moving into that second spot. Zane Rhodes in third. Now Jack Webster in the fourth spot from Parham. And then it looks like Nick Starty tacking onto the back of that group, just struggling a little bit with the warmer conditions out here at Cockburn International Raceway. Down the line they go, and it's 2 laps completed, 13 to go. Parham trying to tack onto the back as Webster fires up the inside of Rhodes and gets the job done. Webster's on a mission after a DNF in the earlier heat, and he finds himself up into the third spot and setting his sights on trying to chase down young Alex Stefanovic for second on the road.
So we follow along this battle. Starting to come to us here as Webster was chasing down Stefanovic. We go back to Parham, Rhodes and Stardy fighting out for the remaining placings as we're down to just 6 drivers remaining in KA2 for their 15-lap final. This class with the Vortex Rock DVS engine designed around going racing with a ultimate pure driving experience. It isn't cluttered up by tuning and blueprinting and all that noise that surrounds other engine categories. This KA2 class is designed to be a real driver's class. There's not much you can do to the engines, not much you can do to make them any faster. They have a lot of horsepower as it is, and it's just all about parity and going racing on a level playing field with the rest of the field here. Unfortunately, we did lose both of the Guesty boys in 7 and 8. Out of contention here as Jack Webster sets a hot lap of the race, a 49.8. He is chasing down Alex Stefanovic by a couple of tenths of a second a lap here as Steffa just ripping on the wheel to turn that kart into Canteen Corner, the 22 OJG Engineering Parallel chassis. Over Webster in the Tony kart behind from Eurotech. Brock Kenny in the house this weekend, pushing karts and stuff with the Eurotech team and helping out the Websters. And Brock celebrating his 21st birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to young Brockstar. Remember when he took out his maiden TAC 125 Light win here, I think it was in a Tony kart, here at Cockburn International Raceway a few years ago. And not long after, he went on to take out the West Australian state title in 2018 down at Bunbury City Kart Club in TAG 125 Light over Kip Foster on the day to become the 2018 West Australian state champion that weekend. Brock spending his time enjoying himself and spinning spanners for the next generation of young karting stars here in Western Australia. And one of those figures that is always down at the track, always helping out, and always a pleasure to talk to. As he's trying to inject some knowledge into young Jack Webster. He's closing up the gap to the back of Alex Stefanovic here and starting to put the pressure on. As they hit the main straightaway down the line, 8 laps to go here for James McCucci-Allen. Out front, Stefanovic in second, Webster third. And then it's Parham, Rhodes and Starty. Your full 6 out there on track right now. As we run down these final few laps here in KA2, brought to you by All Good Racing, Karts and Parts. There's a bit of a telltale sign on the nose cone of James McCucci-Allen there, that big old black mark square in the middle. As he rips his way around the circuit, leading the way in your KA2 final. Alex Stefanovic still hanging on to that second spot on the timing sheets at the moment. leading out from Jack Webster back there in the third. It's relatively processional out here for your KA2 final. All we need really is to get more karts on track in this series to build this field as what is designed to be an elite class of driving in KA2. Lots of horsepower, lots of speed on these karts. As they rip around the circuit, 1,070 metres of Cockburn International Raceway. For the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles, we are set for one final race for the weekend after this. KZ2 out to decide who's going to be the round winner in the final round of the 2021 West Australian KZ Series. And who will eventually wrap up this overall championship right here today, this weekend in Cockburn. Clicking into our final couple of laps here in your KA2 final, brought to you by All Good Racing, Karts and Parts. James McCucci-Allen making his way around the circuit here from Alex Stefanovic and Jack Webster, still locked in their battle for second and third as they make their way around the circuit on these final laps here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Cockburn International Raceway. Stefanovic hanging on to that two spot in the 22. OJG Engineering, J&A Kart Sport, and Bunbury Kartworks, Melbourne Kart Centre, and B Sport Entry. The Paralympic Kart as they hit the main straightaway and down the line for one final lap here in KA2. And McCucci-Allen making his way around the circuit for the final time here, the number 41 BRM chassis. And since the opening lap, McCucci-Allen has settled into the groove and wheeled his way around the circuit for the 41 machine from McCucci-Allen Engineering. And around the final couple of corners, the checkered flag will be out and waving. James McCucci-Allen down the line to take the win here in KA2 at Cockburn International Raceway from Alex Stefanovic in second and Jack Webster in third. Well, it's that time of the weekend to rip some gears for 20 laps here at Cockburn International Raceway. We are set for KZ2 in the final race of the weekend here at the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. KZ2 this weekend brought to you by Super Cool Air Conditioning. Bringing us the action from the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Cockburn International Raceway. Super Cool operating all over the Perth metro area. The West Australian business specialising in the supply and installation of Dakin air conditioners. So hit them up and show them some love as they're supporters of our West Australian karting on a regular basis. And they'll be happy to look after you. That's Super Cool Air Conditioning as we get set for 20 laps of gear plucking action. It's the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. And I believe your top 4 in the championship in the top 5 spots on the starting grid for this final race. So it may not be all decided here. In fact, your top 5 in the championship in the top 5 starting positions on the grid. So the cream rising to the top all at the same time here. It will be Jaden Pearce, 4th in the championship coming into the round. Starting on the pole spot here for the 20-lapper, Nick Middick, 3rd in the championship coming into the weekend. Starting on the outside of the front row, Damon Papasergio, 5th in the championship, will start on row 3. Jake Claridge, 2nd in the championship, will start in the 4th position. And Sam Dicker, championship leader coming into this round, will start on P5. Luca Nietzsche on P6, just trying to shunt his kart forward and get it lined up on the grid. Doesn't want to engage it into gear and get it locked up here with the number 50, Ricardo Kart. And they start ahead of Simon Gwilliam, Scott Mackay, Harvey and Merritt in your 28 kart field. There's a lot of waving going on the starting grid, and they are going to get waved around. They'll go around one more time. So a non-event for the start here, and we'll send the field around. It's a surprise that this hasn't happened yet, or what I saw from the racing from yesterday and today here in KZ2. Not sure whether it took place in Heat 2 yesterday afternoon here at Cockburn International Raceway. But the field will roll around the circuit once again. So I was advised it did happen in Heat 2 yesterday. They didn't get a start the first time around the KZ2. This is a 20-lapper to decide who will be the round winner here in the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. And then the points will be tallied and we'll wrap up the overall scores of the championship. Coming into this round, it was Sam Dicker on 364 points over Jake Claridge on 326. 38 points separated them coming into the round, and they're only separated by 1 spot on the starting grid coming into the final. So I doubt Claridge has made enough points impact on Dicker to make this happen this weekend. However, it can still be up for grabs in the final because it's 30 points up for grabs for the win in the final here. 5 points, bonus points awarded through qualifying, and 20 points maximum awarded for each of the heat races. So you still have to stay consistent. And then 30, 27, 25, 23, and downwards all the way to P25 in the final. So it's a matter of just finishing here for Sam Dicker to hang on to this lead and take out the championship, it seems. As the field is set on the starting grid, and we are a go for KZ2. 20 laps here at Cockburn International Raceway. Jaden Pearce jostling to the front here from the pole spot, and it's going to be, Nick Middick sliding across the curbing, drops back to 3rd. He's going side by side with Claridge. Past the canteen, Dicker is going to make it 3 wide on the undercut. Claridge is going to lose 2 spots, and they're all going to concertina into the right-hander. Pearce leads from Papasergio, then Middick, then Dicker. Simon Gwilliam tucking in there now. As they head through the middle sweeper for the first time. Lap 1 of 20. Damon Papasergio put it on pole yesterday morning in qualifying. Had a DNF in the first heat due to a shifter linkage failure. Got it repaired, went out and backed it up with a win in Heat 2. And was in fine form this morning in Heat 3 for KZ2 across their 15-lapper. What does he have to say about the 20-lap final here this weekend? Jaden Pearce has been in control since Papasergio's demise after taking the win in the pre-final. Is the 18 Praga kart tuned up to scream for 20 laps here around the 1,070 metres of Cockburn International Raceway. Pierce leads from Papa Sergio in second. A gap back to Nicola Middick in the third spot. From Dicker, Gwilliam, Claridge, Mackay, Nietzsche, Sparks, Curry, Nathan Jack, Mason Harvey, Ryan Bender, and Ethan Potter. Your top 14 of 28 drivers with Riley Traeger in 15. From Sugar, Sumich, Sully, Pedrotti, Orema, Goff, and Richard and Jessica Howe. Making just 23 lining up on the starting grid this weekend of the 28 that we had entered. Down the line with 2 laps completed and 18 to go. Jaden Pierce leads the way here. Look at this gargle of carts lining up behind Sam Dicker. The Dicker has fallen down the order. In fact, he's dropped back to P6 behind Claridge now. Behind him is Scott Mackay, running a Charles Leclerc kart this weekend. Scott usually a competitor in the comp kart out there rocking the fluoro. And Tommy Sparks behind him in the Tony kart. And now Daniel Curry firing one up the inside of Luca Nietzsche. Curry's always one to turn something on in the final here, put on a show and try and make some passing moves happen. The number 3 Maranello kart, a multi-time series champion in the West Australian KZ series of years gone by. We're checking this one. This is Josh Merritt being chased by Mason Harvey, and they're lining up behind Curry, Nietzsche, and Bender as they come past the canteen. This is for the minor placings. Bender forces the issue up the inside, takes a bite of the inside curb, and escorts Nietzsche out wide. That closes them both up, and it brings Merritt and Harvey into the fight now. Harvey splitting his duties between both karting and circuit racing, and starting to show up at the pointy end of West Australian saloon car racing up at Wanneroo Raceway as Bender goes up the inside, and I think Harvey went for it on Merritt as well. 2 moves in the same corner from the 2 battle packs going on. So Bender putting Nietzsche aside for P10. Harvey moving up a spot over Merritt as well. Now there's an issue here. Merritt not showing up on my sheet at all. What's going on here? So just eyeballing that one, and I was positive we had Josh Merritt right in there, but Merritt's not showing up on timing at all, not even as a non-counter driver. As he was behind Mason Harvey, he was supposed to be in 13th position as we follow your battle for the lead. Jaden Pierce and Damon Papa Sergio fighting it out front here. The Prague kart number 18 of Pierce from Leasing Services of WA. Seeing if he can hang on to this one on a solid weekend here in Cockburn and pick up what I believe would be a career best finish on top. I don't think he's been on top before in KZs. He's put it on pole a couple of times and he's had some heat successes, but by far Pierce on track to cap off a incredibly successful weekend here in the KZ2 series. Damon Papa Sergio wanting to do the same, but for himself here this weekend. As they hit the main straightaway, Papa Sergio in the 77 flat-out karts machine, prepared by Simon Minton Motorsport. The Willpower kart for Supercool Air Conditioning, iZone, Hamilton Engineering, and Rock Oil Australia working his way around as we pick up on this battle here. Simon Gwilliam and Jake Claridge fighting it out for 4th and 5th. Sam Dicker sitting back there in P6. Just having a knowledgeable drive and just knowing that if he finishes, he should be able to pick up this championship and come away the 2021 West Australian KZ Series champion. The points tallies will be done after this race, and we'll wrap things up with the series presentations at the prize giving and awards ceremony following this last race this afternoon here at Cockburn International Raceway over at the canteen. If you're here in the venue, make sure you come and join us. Have a beverage responsibly and enjoy wrapping up and capping off a stellar weekend here at Cockburn. For the Discovery Park City of Perth titles, we'll follow along Gwilliam and Claridge fighting it out here. The KF kart for Redline Oils of Simon Gwilliam over the Jake Claridge Motorsports Tony kart entry. finding it out in your top 5. Nick Middick's having a fairly quiet race by himself in the 3rd spot, as Ryan Bender is harassing Sam Dicker on track at the moment, and Bender in the number 6 Birilar chassis just moving Sam aside and sorting that one out. So Bender now up to the 6th spot. Dicker down another spot to P7. Seemingly hemorrhaging positions, but he's just rather conservative out there, and he'd be happy to at least finish this one, I think, for Sam. As Jaden Pierce leads the way from Damon Papa Sergio out front through the front sweeper. We're yet to hit the halfway point. Last time across the line was 12 laps to go, as we're working our way through this 20-lap feature race here at Cockburn International Raceway. Papa Sergio just biding his time, waiting to pick his moment. Jaden doesn't make it easy either. He knows he's a hard customer to pass. And the years of tag racing in the 125 light category for Jaden would have built up that ability, making your kart 18 feet wide and nigh on impossible to get past, especially in a KZ2 kart. The way they drive these karts, hugging the inside of the corners and squaring them off to straight line the straights as sharp as possible, makes it even harder again, because the turn-in point has to be so much earlier to get up the inside, and it bogs the karts down, bang it down a gear and stomp on the loud pedal. Pierce and Papa Sergio through the last couple of corners onto the main straightaway, and we are halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go here for Pierce and Papa Sergio out front. Middick having a very lonely drive in 3rd over Simon Gwillim in 4, Jake Claridge in 5, from Ryan Bender in 6, Samuel Dicker in 7, and Scott Mackay. Mason Harvey now up to 9, Daniel Curry down to 10 from Sparks, Nietzsche, Sumich and Traeger, with Nathan Jack rounding out your 15. With Potter, Sully, Pedrotti, Goff, Oriema, Sugar, and Jess and Richard Howe rounding out your 23 karts showing up on timing. As we follow this battle for the remaining placings in the top 5, Gwilliam and Claridge. Jake knows he just needs every point he can get over Dicker, but I'd say the margin will be too much to overcome with just a couple of positions worth of points. As we continue this battle out front between Jaden Pierce and Damon Papa Sergio. Pierce just with enough in hand to hang on to this race lead and hang it out there. He knows if he can just keep Papa Sergio at bay, he'll be a happy winner this weekend. But the tail of tyre degradation might start to rear its ugly head with 7 laps to go last time across the line. So coming into this final race of the weekend with a few more points up for grabs, it really needs to be DNFs to make an impact on this championship standing. And I actually believe that Dick has already wrapped this up. So he probably already knows that. And playing a safe race to bring this one home. He had 38 points to margin coming into this final race of the weekend. And he actually gained a point on Claridge over the course of the heat races this weekend. So 39 points to margin, only 30 up for grabs for the final. Claridge would have needed to win, with Dicker having a couple of DNFs this weekend to put him on the back foot. But as they stand, Claridge buried under the rear bumper of Simon Gwilym, now starting to get harassed by Ryan Bender in P6 as they come through the front sweeper. As we run down these final few laps of racing, Jaden Pearce leads the way from Damon Papa Sergio. Pearce and Papa Sergio were 4th and 5th in the championship as Bender sends one up the inside of Claridge. It's been a relatively clean weekend of racing here at Cockburn International Raceway in the KZ2s. Pearce and Papa Sergio were separated by a fair margin coming into the weekend. A solid 25 points between them. But not much separates them on track right now. Just a couple of kart lengths as they come through the front sweeper. Pearce in the leasing services of WA. 18 Praga kart over Papa Sergio in the super cool air conditioning 77 Will Power chassis. As they come down towards the in-grid hairpin, clicking off these final few laps. It was 4 to go last time across the stripe for Jaden Pearce as he brings it around the final couple of corners. Papa Sergio will start to see that number whittle down and start to get angsty on picking his moment. 3 to go down the line. Papa Sergio needs to start to make moves happen if he wants to pick up a win and be a round winner in the West Australian KZ Series. The opportunity is now as they rock around the outside of the stricken Charles Leclerc kart parked on the inside of the hairpin. You just catch a glimpse of Sam Dicker running down the line, sitting back there in 10th now, dropping down the order. And now Papa Sergio, oh no, Papa Sergio into Pearce, mounts his rear end and goes spearing off the track. Now, has that done any terminal damage to Jaden Pearce? He was so lucky to get away with that one. And Jaden Pearce will hang on. Unfortunately, it'll be Papa Sergio off the track and out of contention here. But it looks like Jaden Pearce may have just held onto it. And he should be okay enough to roll around here. This will elevate Nick Middick up into that second spot. He needed DNS from Jake Claridge to catch him in the championship. But Middick will be happy to be on the podium in the final round of the championship here at Cockburn International Raceway for the West Australian KZ Series. Unfortunate result there for Damon Papa Sergio. The move just not quite working out for him. Down at the in-grid hairpin as Pearce makes his way around the final couple of corners. The last lap board is out. 1 to go for Jaden Pearce in the feature race here for the West Australian KZ Series at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021 at Cockburn International Raceway. And Pearce on his way to capping off a stellar weekend in the KZ Series. This will put some wind in his sails. The pole in Bunbury a couple of years ago kept him going for months on end. But a round win in the final round of the series will see him flying high for the next 6 months, I'm sure. As he rounds the final couple of corners, ladies and gentlemen, bring him home. Put your hands together. Your round winner in the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. Jaden Pearce takes out KZ2 here in Cockburn. Nicola Middick home on the podium in second. And Ryan Bender making his way down the straight to mount a great drive in the final. Comes home on the podium in third. Simon Gwilym in fourth. And Jake Claridge rounds out your top five. From Mason Harvey in sixth. Caleb Sumich in seven. Daniel Curry coming home in P8 after 20 laps of racing here. Luke Anici home in P9. Riley Traeger in 10. Sam Dicker in the 11th spot from Nathan Jack in 12 over Melinda Sully and Paul Pedrotti. Over Gianluca Oriema, Ethan Potter and Daniel Sugar, your 18 finishing drivers from your KZ2 final here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles for 2021. For the final time this weekend, we are with your KZ Series round winner, Jaden Pearce. Mate, what a stellar weekend for you. You must be over the moon right now.
Honestly, Chris, I was pretty confident coming into the meeting. It pretty much went perfect. Almost a pole, almost every heat win. I think almost purple in every heat. I was definitely concerned going into the final, looking at the tyres around me, but after that crash towards the end, I just had a sense of relief. I reckon I dropped off 2 seconds a lap. Once I looked behind me and went, I think I've done it now. So I'm stoked. It's my first KZ Series win, so I'm absolutely happy.
Mate, you'll be flying high for months on end. You've got a lot of people to thank for getting you here. It's taken quite some time to get onto the top step of the podium, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's my third season of KZ. So I've won a couple of heats here and there throughout the year, but I haven't won a final round. So I'm properly so happy. It's just the adrenaline's still kicking in. Like, I can't believe I've done it, but I'm just so relieved, honestly. So yeah, big thanks to Dad. Like last 9 years really of karting, and it's definitely my biggest win. With all the people around me, like I look at it and go, just thank you to everyone. So
good on you, mate. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Jaden Pearce, your KZ Series round winner here at Cockburn International Raceway. And that is a wrap for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles from Cockburn. It's been a killer weekend. Big thank you to all of our sponsors: TNN Sheet Metal, Lighting International, Eco Resources, Jake Claridge Motorsports, Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, Mega Fast Karts, BRM Kart Australia, Sagel and Property Maintenance, Flora Plant, All Good Racing, Super Cool Air Conditioning, and Exoot Racing Apparel. And of course, a big thank you to Discovery Parks for putting up the title sponsorship for this weekend of racing. It's been an absolute thriller. Cannot wait to have you back again. Thanks to 4-Star Media for all the broadcasting efforts over the course of the weekend. We'll see you in a few weeks when we head out to Kalgoorlie for the Dash for Cash. But for now, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good night.